So, good morning, everybody. I'm here to welcome you to our first session for the day. So, we start with an online presentation today by Mrs. Sonia Gomez Jordana from the University of Complutense in Madrid, Spain. And she will talk us about tautologies in French and Spanish, the diachronic evolution of a sentential subclass. So, the floor is yours. Good morning.
Good morning. I would like to apologize not to be there. I hope to be there next year perhaps, but we have too much work at university. I hope you will enjoy my presentation. I have sent a video with a PowerPoint, so I think you have to show the video.
Yes, of course. Okay, we are ready.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I will be there for the questions.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to apologize for not being in face-to-face mode. I would like also to thank Runo. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to apologize for not being in face-to-face mode. I would like also to thank Runo Suarez for his kind invitation, and I hope to be able one day to travel to these exciting conferences on paremiology. I begin. Tautologies in French and Spanish, the diachronic evolution of a sentential subclass. Black is black. War is war, a woman is a woman, la guerre c'est la guerre, une femme est une femme. Tautologies are present in our discourse, even in our songs. Black is black, I don't know if you remember, black is black. Sometimes giving an impression of emptiness, repetition, anomaly or vice. These are just some of the nouns used in theoretical writings about tautologies. On the one hand, dictionaries of language and rhetoric provide unconvincing definitions. The dictionary Le Robert has the merit of distinguishing between tautology in the grammatical sense and in the logical sense of the term. From a grammatical point of view, it is a vice logique consistant à présenter comme ayant un sens différent une proposition dont le prédicat ne dit rien de plus que le sujet. Logical vice consisting in presenting as having a different meaning a proposition whose predicate says nothing more than the subject. Le Robert refers to the truism. The definition continues. Répétition inutile de la même idée sous une autre forme, pléonasme, redondance. Useless repetition of the same idea in another form, pleonasm, redundancy. From a logical point of view, a tautology would be a proposition complexe qui reste vraie en vertu de sa forme seule, quelle que soit la valeur de vérité des propositions qui la composent. Complex proposition that remains true by virtue of its form alone, whatever the truth value of the proposition that make it up. Alain Rey, in his Dictionnaire historique de la langue française, points out that the term is borrowed from the Low Latin tautologia, a rhetorical term, itself borrowed from the Greek tautologia, repetition, identical proposition, from tauto, the same, and logia. He goes on to say, more commonly it is used to describe an unnecessary repetition. Bernard Duprier, in Gradus, les procédés littéraires, uses the Robert definition and states, among other things, that la tautologie est en principe un défaut. Tautology is in principle, a defect. Furthermore, the definitions given by language dictionaries of various figures such as the la palissade, le pléonasme, ou le truisme are completely circular and do not give any real clues as to how to define tautology. Le Robert, for example, offers the following definitions. La palissade, affirmation dont l'évidence toute formelle prête à rire. Un quart d'heure avant sa mort, il était encore en vie. Évidence, tautologie, truisme. Pléonasme, terme ou expression qui ne fait qu'ajouter une répétition à ce qui vient d'être énoncé. Redondance, tautologie, pléonasme fautif. Truisme, vérité d'évidence, banalité, évidence, la palissade, tautologie. I translate, La Palissade, a statement whose very formal evidence lends itself to laughter. A quarter of an hour before his death he was still alive. Pleonasm, term or expression that merely adds repetition to what has just been stated. Redundancy, tautology, faulty pleonasm. And truism, truth of the obvious. On the other hand, dictionaries and collection of proverbs tend to present heterogeneous forms, proverbs, but also sayings, adages, tautologies, without making any distinction between them. Forms such as trop et trop, à la guerre comme à la guerre, for example, can be found in Humière, Recueil de Proverbes, 1790, 1790, or Il faut ce qu'il faut, in a dictionary of 1856. The same goes for Spanish, al pan pan y al vino vino, algo es algo, in Diccionario de Refranes de Sbarbi, or lo bueno bueno, lo dicho dicho, in Vocabulario de Correas, 1626. The aim of our conference is to trace the evolution of tautologies in two Romance languages, French and Spanish, from the Middle Ages to the present day, in order to determine whether a tautological surface structure exists. We will then propose a semantic definition of tautology that differs from that of its cousin, the proverb. Diachronic evolution of French and Spanish tautologies. I begin the different situations in French and Spanish. Linguistic papers dealing with tautologies almost always present the same examples. Une femme est une femme, un sou est un sou, la loi c'est la loi. A woman is a woman, a penny is a penny, the law is the law. Law is law. However, when we look at dictionaries or collections of proverbs from the Middle Ages to the present day in French or Spanish, we find many structures that have either disappeared or evolved in form. We carried out a meticulous search of the main French and Spanish dictionaries and collections of proverbs from the Middle Ages to the present day. Once we had collected all the forms featuring a repetition of members or segments, chou pour chou, pan por pan, vino por vino, we researched these forms in context also from the Middle Ages to the present day. This gives us an overview of the diachronic evolution of these tautological forms. Thanks to this collection of forms, we have come up with 10 cases, which I describe below. Group 1. Structures that have completely disappeared. These are structures that no longer exist in contemporary French or Spanish, either as fixed lexes or in non-sentential language. This is the case, for example, with nage que nage se dit les vilains, qui tient s'y tienne, de petit petit et d'assez assez, or l'âne est âne et le chien chien, which could not be said in contemporary French. The same goes for the Spanish. A cartas cartas y a palabras palabras, a lo mucho mucho no se me da nada quedan verdes, or ruido hechizo fue ruido hechizo, which would have no meaning in contemporary Spanish, either as a fixed lexicon or as a construction of Spanish. Group 2. Structures that have disappeared as fixed phrases but can be found in non-sentential language. The following examples would fall into group 2. On doit dire du bien le bien, il y a fagot et fagot, or à Rome comme à Rome. Insofar as fixed lexes, we no longer find them in contemporary French, either in dictionaries or in context, but they are structures that could be used today. Il y a maison et maison, on doit dire des bonnes choses les bonnes choses, en France comme en France, could be said. In Spanish, this group would include lo mejor, mejor es, or con quien vengo, vengo. These structures are perfectly understandable in contemporary Spanish, although they are no longer found in context as fixed lexes. Group 3. Structures that have evolved syntactically. The forms in this group still exist as fixed lexes but have evolved syntactically. This is the case in French with qui est mort, si est mort, qui est mort, si soit mort, which exists today, but in the form quand on est mort, on est mort. Qui ne peut would be expressed today as quand on ne peut pas, on ne peut pas. Or, on a néant pour néant, on a nien nient pour nient, which today would be expressed as on n'a rien pour rien. This is the case in Spanish with pan por pan y vino por vino, which has now become al pan pan y al vino vino. Group 4. Quaternary structures. Many tautologies had quaternary structures, forms that today are mostly truncated and bemembered or have disappeared. Here are a few examples. Vendre que vendre, donner que donner. Là où chien pains chien, toute veille c'est chêne chêne. Chou pour chou, Aubervilliers vaut bien Paris. Spanish examples include lo dado dado y lo prestado prestado, acá como acá, allá como allá, lo mío mío, lo tuyo tuyo. Group 5, there are semantic tautologies in which the meaning, or signified, is repeated but the signifier is not. We have collected forms in which there is a repetition of the signified but not of the signifier. For example, qui dit bien ne dit mal, se dit vilain, or mañana será otro día. Group 6, antitautologies. We call antitautologies the negation of a possible tautology. Thus, rien n'est rien would be the negation of rien est rien. Qui loit ne loit, qui voit ne voit would be the negation of qui loit, loit, qui voit, voit. Group 7, structures that have lasted. We have grouped together here the structures that have endured. It is curious to note that, with a few rare exceptions, most of them only appeared after 1789. Here are a few examples. Il faut ce qu'il faut, les affaires sont les affaires, une femme est une femme, un sou est un sou. In Spanish, we might quote, va como va, bueno es lo bueno, lo primero es lo primero, lo tratado es lo tratado. Group 8, phonetic games with different meanings and signifiers. In a 16th century dictionary, we find puns in which the two terms of the formula, although pronounced identically, have neither the same meaning nor the same signifier. Pêcheur n'est pêcheur, qui est lié n'est lié, qui a or or. Group 9, examples that could be confusing due to the repetition, but which are not tautologies. These are formulas that we will not consider to be tautologies insofar as there is no first apparent sense of equality, which is most often conveyed by the verb to be. A woman is a woman. In the case of Group 9, the construction consists of subject-verb complement. La guerre nourrit la guerre. L'âne frotte l'âne. Un abismo llama a otro abismo. Obra saca obra. Group 10, situational tautologies, non-generic. We will argue that there is a type of situational tautology that is not generic, in the same way as there are generic proverbs and non-generic situational phrases. There aren't many of them, but we can mention quand faut y aller, j'appelle un chat, or ce qui est fait est fait. The main diachronic structures in French and Spanish. Moreover, the structures found over the centuries in French and Spanish are very varied. There are around 30 tautologies per language, of which we have found occurrences in context. Here are the main tautological structures, either because they are productive or because they are common. In each case, we indicate the first occurrence or the first appearance in dictionaries. For example, à la guerre comme à la guerre is still used in the 21st century, but we present it in pre-classical French because it was first recorded in 1606. Old and Middle French. X que X, nage que nage, vendre que vendre, donner que donner, mère que mère, ribot que ribot, vilain que vilain. This structure, especially when it concerns a noun or an adjective, could correspond to the contemporary construction X de chez X. Il est riche de chez riche, for example. Key forms without antecedent. Qui est mort si est mort, qui ne peut ne peut, qui tout me pramet ne me pramet, qui a guerre si a guerre, qui dit bien ne dit mal, qui tient si tienne. In Old French, the relative pronoun qui without an antecedent could have a hypothetical value equivalent to si, on. Un emploi spécial de qui mérite d'être signalé, suivi du conditionnel, il a parfois le sens de sillon. A special use of qui is worthy of mention. Followed by the conditional, it sometimes has the meaning of sillon. Bertrand, in his diachronic study of the indefinite pronoun qui, adds that the hypothetical interpretation often appears when the verb is the conditional or subjunctive. In the same vein, Ménard gives the following example of the hypothetical value of the sentence. Queen ferait rei, ce serait grand péché. If we made him king, it would be very regrettable. Ménard also points out that the relative pronoun qui without an antecedent was used with a generic value of tout homme qui, tout ce qui, quand on, si l'on. Qui a marâtre a diable en lâtre. Si l'on a une belle-mère, on a un diable au foyer. If you have a mother-in-law, you have a devil in the house. Bertrand also shows, with regard to Old French, that there is a fine line between the hypothetical value of the pronoun qui, paraphrased as sillon, and the interpretation as celui qui. One of the examples he proposes, plaindre ce doigt qui est battu, can be translated both as celui qui est battu doit se plaindre and si l'on est battu, on doit se plaindre, according to the translation proposed by the linguist. The same applies to sententious examples, where there is sometimes a fine line between an interpretation as sillon or celui qui. This is what we see in our tautological examples, which can be paraphrased as either sillon or celui qui. Qui ne peut, si on ne peut pas, on ne peut pas, or celui qui ne peut pas, ne peut pas. Qui est mort, si est mort, if one is dead, one is dead, he who is dead, is dead. On the other hand, the following proverb clearly has an interpretation in sillon, because of the anaphoric repetition in on. Qui son chien est, on l'y met sur la rage. Si on est son chien, on l'accuse de la rage. Les X au X, les Y au Y. Li mort au mort, li vif au vif. All these structures used in Old and Middle French have either disappeared in contemporary French or given rise to other structures. For example, some forms in qui without an antecedent now take the form of a temporal subordinate in quand. Quand on est mort, on est mort. Quand on ne peut pas, on ne peut pas. Note that the medieval structure li mort au mort, li vif au vif has disappeared in contemporary French, but is still widely used in contemporary Spanish, el muerto al hoyo y el vivo al bollo. Preclassical and classical French. X et X, trop et trop. X is X, l'âne est âne. Le X et X, l'âne est âne. X pour X, chou pour chou, rien pour rien. J'appelle un X un X, appelez un X un X, j'appelle un chat. Il est X et X, il est Jean et Jean. Il y a X et X, il y a fagot et fagot. À verbe verbe et à verbe verbe. À donner donner et à vendre vendre. À X comme à X, à Rome comme à Rome, à la guerre comme à la guerre. Note that the il est X et X structure of the early 17th century was replaced by il y a X et X. We find the first example in 1666, il y a fagot et fagot, and then in the 18th century, several tautological structures adopted this form, whereas we no longer find tautologies of the form il est X et X in dictionaries or in context. Modern French from the 19th century. From the end of the 18th century onwards, tautological construction became less common in French. Ce qui est X est X, ce qui est écrit, ce qui est fait. Les X sont les X, les affaires sont les affaires. Un X est un X, une femme est une femme, un sou est un sou. X c'est X, trop c'est trop. Contemporary French, le X c'est le X, la loi c'est la loi, la guerre c'est la guerre. X c'est X, non c'est non, noir c'est noir. Contemporary French forms are not listed in dictionaries. However, we find them in context from the beginning of the 20th century. The main diachronic Spanish structures found in dictionaries and in contexts. From a diachronic point of view, the tautological structures of Spanish are very heterogeneous. As with French, these contemporary constructions have appeared in Spanish only recently. We have seen that in French, it was mainly from the end of the 18th century that we see the emergence of structures such as une femme est une femme, un sou est un sou, les affaires sont les affaires, all of which are common today. In contemporary Spanish, the structures in use emerged mainly in the 20th century. We will divide Spanish into centuries, as there is still no consensus on periodization. Everett proposes the term periodo medio between medieval Castilian and classical Spanish and questions its limits. I will indicate the main structures diachronically, indicating the first time a form is attested either in context or in a dictionary. For example, although the form in X es lo X is still in use today, we only indicate it in the 17th century when it was first published in 1627. 15th century, a XX, a palabras palabras, X por X, obispo por obispo, se hace lo don domingo. 16th century, el XX y el YZ, el vencido vencido y el vencedor perdido, lo XX es, lo mejor mejor es, X por X, Y por Y, pan por pan y vino por vino, X como X y X como Y, acá como acá, y allá como allá. These forms are perfectly understandable today, but we wouldn't use them this way. For example, pan por pan y vino por vino took the form of al pan pan y al vino vino from the 20th century onwards. 17th century, so we have lo XX y lo YY, lo dado dado y lo emprestado emprestado, X es lo X, bueno es lo bueno, cuando XX, cuando poco poco, cuando mucho no nada, and I go to the end, a XX y a Y, cartas cartas y a palabras palabras. Most 18th century structures would not be used in these forms in contemporary Spanish. Even lo dicho, dicho, which may seem closer to 21st century Spanish, would be expressed today as lo dicho, dicho está. We do not find any new structures until the beginning of the 20th century. So, a la X con la X, a la guerra con la guerra, XX, algo es algo, X está lo X, bueno está lo bueno, X son X, cargos son cargos. I go to the end, con quien XX, con quien vengo, vengo. Semantic structure of tautologies, a proposed definition. The most common structures in contemporary French have been reduced and now mainly correspond to X et X, les X sont les X, un X est un X, ce qui est X et X. Tautological constructions have mainly been restricted to the construction X, X et X, with or without a determiner, whether in French, Spanish, Italian or English. Business is business, war is war, il talento è talento, la donna è donna, un sou est un sou, les affaires sont les affaires, la pela es la pela, un trato es un trato. Structures that hardly existed before the end of the 18th century, at least in French. We will argue that tautologies, despite their different surface structures, have a single semantic structure common to all these forms. The main surface form, where there is a repetition of two segments or two members separated by the verb to be, is confusing. We tend to interpret this form as X equal X or X implies X, but this is not the case. Several authors have already shown that in X is X, the first X and the second X do not have the same meaning. Martin, for example, says that the second occurrence of the noun is read as a locus of properties, comme un lieu de propriété. Brandy also argues that in une femme est une femme, cet individu qui rentre dans l'extension du concept de femme possède effectivement les propriétés d'une femme prototypique. This individual who fits into the extension of the concept of woman does indeed possess the properties of a prototypical woman. The problem is that the author always resorts to referring to the context to finish explaining the interpretation of the tautology. Martin says that, en fonction de la situation et dans une lecture sélective, l'une d'elles des propriétés se trouvera privilégiée. Depending on the situation and in a selective reading, one of the properties will be privileged. For our part, we would like to propose a definition in which the context does not have to intervene, at least in the deep semantic structure of tautology. If we take as our prototypical example the case of une femme est une femme, woman is a woman, we think that the best semantic representation would not be, as one might think at first sight, either une femme égale une femme or une femme implique une femme, even if we give different meanings to the term one, femme, and the term two, femme. Owing to lack of time, we will not go into the various properties of tautologies supported by linguistic criteria, the subject of a paper published in the last issue of Cahiers de Lexicologie, but I will propose a possible definition of tautology. The semantic structure we propose would be as follows. You think that x1 equal x2 or that x1 implies x2. You don't need to, because x1 is not x2 or x1 does not imply x2. x2 is the prototype of x1. We argue that the second x in the structure x is presented as the prototype of x or as x in the full sense. The tautology underlines the prototypical stereotype of x. The speaker of the tautology opposes a certain incredulity on the part of the addressee. This is what we see, for example, in the following extract. Non c'è, il n'y a pas Monsieur Lenoir, il n'y a pas de lampadaire, il n'y a pas de bureau. Une table de chevet, c'est quoi ça? Pour les ampoules et le papier hygiénique, je donne tout de suite la clé de la réserve à Federico pour qu'il vous y accompagne. Mais après tout ça est à votre charge. Je fais ça pour vous dépanner, croyez-moi. Le chauffage, la rallonge pour le téléphone. Vous êtes fou, Monsieur Lenoir, vous voulez braver la loi. Mais la loi, c'est la loi. Surtout dans notre pays, ce n'est pas comme chez vous en France. L'administration, par mesure d'économie d'énergie sur l'ensemble du territoire, nous interdit formellement de chauffer avant le 15 novembre. In this extract, the first extract I read, Hector Lenoir, the narrator and writer, talks about his admission to an arrival at the Spanish Academy in Rome. The narrator describes the people who run the academy, who show little concern for the living conditions of the boarders. Here, the speaker of the tautology, La Loi c'est la Loi, expresses his addressee's incredulity towards this tautological principle. The speaker says something like, you, the addressee, think that x is x, but you shouldn't, because x is not x, x1 is x2. x1 corresponds to the full meaning of x or to the most prototypical stereotype of x. In this case, the law is the law in its full sense. That's it, something that must necessarily be applied. The law is a prototypical law, and so its intrinsic and inherent condition is that it must be applied. The same is true of this other extract. Je t'ai dit pas de bonbons, commença-t-il en approchant des caisses. Alors achète-moi des caramels, gémit-elle aussitôt. Quand je dis non, c'est non. Arrête tes comédies, Caroline, s'il te plaît. Here, the speaker presents his addressee as not initially accepting the tautological principle according to which no is no. The speaker says something like, you think that no is a weakened sense of no. You think that no equal no. You mustn't, because no is not equal to no. No is no in its full sense. No is the prototype of no. The speaker presents the addressee assuming the first x, x1. The speaker reminds him that x1 does not mean x1, but x2, that is, the prototype of x1, or x1 in its strongest sense, in its full sense. We propose the following definition. Tautology is any generic form which presents a formal repetition of a segment or part of a segment separated in most cases by the verb to be, and whose semantic structure has a gloss in you, the addressee, think that x equals x or that x is x, but you must not, because x is not equal to x, or x is not x, x2 is the prototype of x1, or x2 is x1 in its full sense. It should be noted, in passing, that the semantic structure of the tautology differs from that of the proverb in P, argument for Q. Qui aime bien châtie bien corresponds to the semantic schema. Aimer bien est argument pour châtier bien. Loving well is an argument for punishing well. As we can see, tautology raises X's most relevant stereotype. It is based on stereotypes that are important to our linguistic community. For example, by saying a woman is a woman, the speaker contrasts different stereotypes of women to show the audacity that woman corresponds to the prototypical meaning of woman. Dictionaries and collection of proverbs have not shown an awareness of the different sententious categories and have always presented heterogeneous forms without distinguishing, among other things, the tautology of the proverb. This is all the more true in collections of old proverbs, both French and Spanish, where this heterogeneity is more visible than in the contemporary dictionaries, where it is more difficult to collect tautologies. By studying the surface structure of tautologies and proposing a unitary semantic definition, we are able to distinguish between two categories of the same sentential family, the proverb and the tautology. We consider that the latter is characterized by the repetition of a term and is often accompanied, especially from the 19th century onwards, by the verb être, ser, estar. They are usually binary or also quaternary in Spanish. We have also confirmed that, as in the case of proverbs, tautologies are not passed on in the same form from generation to generation, and they adopt molds that correspond to their state of language. This is the case with al pan pan y al vino vino, which used to be expressed in the structure pan por pan y vino por vino, or trop et trop, first attested in context in the 15th century. It was widely used in pre-classical and classical French and became trop c'est trop in the second half of the 20th century. The semantic structure of the tautology differs from that of the proverb. Proverbs have a semantic structure of P, argument for Q, sentential statements, adages, maxims, sentences, situational phrases, tautologies, proverbs, each have their own syntactic and semantic characteristics, allowing us to speak of a family whose members share certain properties but also have their own characteristics. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much for this insightful presentation with the classification of the material both in a comparative and historical perspective for French and Spanish. I don't know if we have any time for questions. Maybe 1 or 2 minutes, not more, because we're already out of time. Are there any comments, questions? No? No. So, thank you, Sonia, very much for your presentation. And we move forward to our second speaker, Patrick Zając, from the Faculty of Oriental Studies of the University of Warsaw in Poland. His presentation is about body parts in Shona and Hausa proverbs. So, Patrick, the floor is yours.
Yes, I'm very happy to be here. On the course of the few days, we have listened to many interesting presentations. I hope that mine will be equally interesting. I'm waiting for the presentation to appear. Oh, okay. There it goes. So the topic of my presentation is body parts in Hausa and Shona proverbs. Myself, I'm from the Department of African Languages and Cultures. I believe that many of you may not be familiar with those names, Hausa and Shona, so I would like to do a short introduction about what is my topic about, what is Shona and what is Hausa, but I will try to keep it brief. So today I will compare proverbs from two African but very different and unrelated languages and cultures. First language and culture is called Hausa. This is a big language in Africa that is spoken in West Africa, predominantly in northern Nigeria and southern parts of the Niger Republic. It belongs to West Chadic branch of Afro-Asiatic family, and it has at least 75 million speakers. So as you see, it's a very big language. Here, the location where Hausa is spoken, you can see indicated on the map. The language has been described long time ago. The first description of the grammar is from 1862. And Hausa, why is it important? It's because it's a vehicular language, so-called lingua franca, and it's a language of commerce and a language of Islam in that region. On the other hand, we have Shona language. It's a language that is spoken in the southern part of Africa, mainly in Zimbabwe, Mozambique, Malawi, and some other neighboring countries to some extent. It's a different. It belongs to different family of languages, namely Niger-Congo family, and the group of languages that is called jointly Bantu languages. It has at least 14 million speakers. However, there is significant dialectal variability. There is a couple of dialects that are, they differ among each other, but there is something called standard Shona, and this standard language was first introduced in 1932. And Shona, just like Hausa, is a vehicular language, but in that region, and it is an official language, one of a dozen of official languages in Zimbabwe. While Hausa doesn't have the status of official language in any of the countries that is spoken in. So what is important for my presentation also is, as you can see on the map of Africa, those languages are spoken in the areas that are very distant from each other. So there was no contact between Shona and Hausa at all ever. So today I would like to discuss some question like that. Is it possible to talk about African culture just like we discuss European culture? And of course there's many definitions of culture and so on, but here when I say culture, I mean traditional culture, not pop culture and so on, because this would be different discussion basically. So as we know, it is commonly accepted also in the academia that there is a common European culture despite significant and numerous differences between many cultures of Europe. The term African culture was discussed historically, but linguistic and cultural research showed that this concept is only theoretical and does not really apply to the real-life situation, because the cultural situation of Africa is not analogical to Europe. The differences between numerous African cultures, in Africa we have roughly 2,000 different languages spoken, and each language can be associated with one culture roughly, but okay, it's maybe more complicated, but for now this is what I would like to say. So those differences between numerous African cultures are often much bigger than between European ones, and therefore throughout the continent as a whole, particular groups of people have much less in common. There are, however, clearly marked regional cultural areas, just like cultures of Western Africa are one cultural area, Eastern Africa is one cultural area, and so on and so on. But here we have one language from West Africa and one language from Southern African region, so this is not an issue here. So the question is, are there any non-accidental cultural similarities between unrelated and distanced African cultures, such as Hausa, which is a West African culture? Those are predominantly Muslim people, and Shona, that is used in the southern part of Africa, and those people basically are Christians, most of them. Is there any evidence from Proverbs, I ask? So first of all, I would like to say a few words about the definition of proverb, because we all know, of course, what is proverb. Here we have the colloquium on paremiology. But as you know, there is something we can call universal notion of proverb. Here I show the culture-neutral but European coined definition of proverb by Norik. But does this definition really apply to any language or culture? Is it really universal? As you can see, here I give some definitions of proverbs in Hausa and in Shona. And I will start with Hausa. In Hausa, the term for proverb is karin magana, which translates roughly to folded speech. And native researchers of Hausa, they define proverb as a concise statement that contains a lot of wisdom. They put they stress that it's a short and brilliant wisdom with hidden context. So this is for them the main part of the definition. They do not focus so much on the structure or on the structure or any other features. While in Shona the term for proverb is tsumo or shumo, they say those are dialectal variants of the same word, but some researchers argue that this is not true. That in fact tsumo and shumo, those are different things, and they also have another term which is dimikira, which translates roughly to parable. So all those three terms can be roughly compared, can be seen as equivalents of what we call a proverb. While tsumo tends to be an indirect use of material and human objects to describe an event, the other one, dimikira, tends to make a direct and almost obvious reference to the incident in question. So there is this distinction between, we would say, from the European perspective, like between proverbs that are figurative, that are metaphorical, and those that are like more direct. They have different terms for those. What I would like to add about African context is that proverbs in African context are primarily considered the knowledge of the ancestors, and this feature of proverbs can be spotted in the attitudes to proverbs in both Hausa and Shona, but especially in Shona, since those are the so-called Bantu people whom are known for praising their ancestors as a part of the traditional culture and traditional religion. So, the proverbs are deeply rooted in culture, and this is their main feature as seen through African context. Why body parts? So here a few words about the so-called conception of so-called embodiment. Here I refer to some publications by nowadays my colleague from the department, Professor Kraska-Schlenk, who published on the topic of embodiment. So embodiment is a linguistic term that was quite researched on, and it can also be applied to proverbial material. So body part terms belong to the so-called embodied lexicon, which has special properties with respect to language usage and processing. So major body part terms often serve as source domains for target concepts in various other domains. And many of their extended meanings get conventionalized in language usage, and thus body part terms tend to be highly polysemous. Patterns of conceptualizations via the human body and polysemy of body part terms constitutes an interesting area of research because semantic extensions can be investigated from a perspective of universal tendencies vis-à-vis language-specific cultural models. So for my research here, what is also important about this embodiment is that comparative data of body part terms in multiple languages allows for finding resemblance among various languages. It also helps to determine differences due to socio-cultural settings as well as variation. Okay, so as I said, I will discuss proverbs in two unrelated African languages, and on semantic level, body part terms that are present in those proverbs are interpreted figuratively. And what is the aim and contribution of my research? So I believe that I'm contributing to to comparative paremiology that is seeking universal and culture-specific features of proverbs. As well as I would like to do some contribution to categorization of proverbs, because proverbs with body parts in their contents can be seen as a typological category. So I would like to highlight this fact to you, fellow paremiologists, that body parts, proverbs with body parts can be seen as a separate category that needs to be or may be investigated. You may ask, what are the sources? What is the? How do I get my data? So the literature is actually quite extensive. Like for Hausa, we have books of proverbs. Here are some of those that I used on the screen. You can see. And for Shona, I only used one book of proverbs, and I consulted also with native speakers. When it comes to body part terms in Hausa proverbs and beyond, the subject has been researched on already, and here I show you some of the articles published both by native speakers and by European researchers. But when it comes to Shona, I only found some articles on various aspects of proverbs, but there is no research on body parts in proverbs yet. So what is my methodology? So first of all, body part terms seen as keywords. So I will... Sorry about that. I was collecting body part terms in Hausa and Shona, and then I used them as keywords to identify relevant proverbs for the analysis. Then I was grouping and pairing. So I was grouping proverbs according to the criterion of occurring keywords, and pairing proverbs in Hausa and Shona with the same keywords, sometimes also similar patterns. And then I used conceptual metaphor and metonymy framework as a tool for comparing both content and meanings. And finally, we have analysis of the content of meaning, which was conducted through checking for the translation into English, consulting dictionaries, proverbs lexicons, and competent native speakers. Myself, I studied Hausa for many years, so I'm able to understand what I read most of the time. But when it comes to Shona, this is language that is not known to me, but I was consulting with native speakers and using dictionaries, basically. Then I was comparing proverbs concepts and contents, and comparing semantic extensions of body part terms in both languages. One more remark about the part about metonymy and metaphor, that the metaphor, which plays an explanatory role in conceptualization, as well as metonymy with its referential functions, are important cognitive mechanisms which extend various concepts from the human body domain. Having this in mind, it was possible for me to analyze the data. I grouped the data based on the criterion of body part terms occurrence into two groups as shown, so external body parts and internal body parts. However, the source material covers more body part terms, so there are proverbs with some body part terms that are not on this list yet. But for now I have this, and I will show some examples from those with those body parts that are marked in green. So the first example we have here is heart. I will only refer to translations. So in Hausa we have proverb that can be translated as the heart of a man is his citadel or his castle. So we can see that here we have metonymy, heart for private thoughts and feelings. And in Shona we can find very similar proverbs. One of them is what's in the heart is hidden, and the second one is the heart is hiding place, which is known only to the one who hit the object. So those ones are quite literal. So again, heart stands here for private thoughts and feelings. You remember the question I posed in the beginning of the presentation. So here I must say that this is a universal metonymy, and this is not specifically African. This is also something we find in European proverbs and so on and so on. Another example below is additional information is that, as you can see, those proverbs are also used nowadays in many contexts, like this Hausa proverb, "The heart of a man is his citadel," is actually a title of a romantic novel by one of the Hausa writers, while the Shona proverb is a title of a popular contemporary song, for example. The second examples below, "Wanting of the heart is hurting the heart," and in Shona there is no path leading to where the heart wishes. I believe they have the same concepts. Of course, the metonymy stays the same, heart for private thoughts and feelings, and we can describe the meaning of these proverbs with the same metaphor, which is pursuing one's inner wantings is leading to disappointment. Now I will talk about ear or ears. In Hausa we have ear outruns the ancestor, while in Shona I found something similar which says far away from the eyes, the ears hear. So here we have the metonymy ear for hearing about things that one has not witnessed. This again is a universal metonymy, and I don't think it's specifically African. And the metaphorical meaning of those proverbs can be described as this. For Hausa, ear outruns the ancestor. We can interpret it as hearing stories is knowing history, while Shona, far away from the eyes, the ears hear, we can interpret as hearing stories is knowing secrets. So the concepts of those proverbs are not the same, but the body parts are the same, and on the surface they might look similar, but they mean something else. Okay. Then we have feed or food. In Hausa we have good relationships are in food, meaning the maintenance of good relationships between people requires frequent visiting, while in Shona we have a new thing is in the feed. You can get now experiences, you can get new experiences. You can get new experiences by moving to different locations. So here again, the metonymy feed for movement is universal. It's not specifically African. And then finally we have mouth. In Hausa we have a proverb that says potash does not melt in his mouth. It is used to describe a talkative person, and potash, it's something that is shown here. It's like a mineral that contains potassium, and it is used in traditional Hausa cuisine as kind of condiment for some food. It makes it more dense, and we have no time to discuss this, and me honestly, I don't know that much about it. But basically, it's something that can melt in your mouth. But of course, if you speak a lot, then you don't have saliva so it cannot melt. This is the interpretation. While in Shona we have proverb, a mouth where no fly ever lands. This means a talkative person or a person with so-called big mouth. So here again we have mouth for speaking, metonymy. Again, universal metonymy, and I don't think it's specifically African. And the metaphors describing those proverbs are melting potash in one's mouth is being talkative, and for Shona is no fly landing on one's mouth is being talkative. This is the last example with beard. It's a bit different than the other examples. Here in Hausa we have the burning beard is a serious disturbance. And also we have, if you see your brother's beard is on fire, pour water on your own. While in Shona we have, when beards burn, men will extinguish the fire. So here we have metonymy of burning beard for misfortune. And I'm thinking maybe this is not universal, because it was not coming up to me that we have this kind of metonymy in English or in Polish. Maybe this is finally a metonymy that is specifically African that I found in Proverbs. Of course, the metaphors that describe those proverbs are extinguishing the fire of beard is reasonable prevention, and for Shona is extinguishing the fire of beard is helping each other. Some conclusions. Numerous Hausa and Shona proverbs with body part terms express different concepts, even though they use the same body part terms. Finding semantically equivalent Hausa and Shona proverbs, which in both languages use the same body part terms, is often not possible, because in the beginning I assumed it would be quite easy. Some Hausa and Shona proverbs use the same body part terms metonymies, however those are universal rather than specifically African metonymies. Some metaphors in Hausa and Shona proverbs with body part terms are the same or similar, however those are also universal rather than specifically African. And analysis of selected proverbs containing body part terms in two very different distant, unrelated African languages showed no evidence of common African cultural thought. Proverbs in each of the two languages are culture-specific and show universal features, known to be characteristics of the proverbs in general, no matter in which language they were formulated. So we rather see universal features than specifically African, I would say. And this is it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation, giving us the possibility to have access to languages that are not known to us. So, are there any questions? Yes, please. Martin, just wait for the microphone, please.
I was wondering about the example you gave of the second African language, the one on the right, about beard, right? And can you read the English? When beards burn, men...
The Shona version.
Yes,
when beards burn, men will extinguish the fire.
Now, you suggested that that might be African and maybe have no connection with European culture. Is that right? I was thinking of a Spanish and Portuguese proverb. I have the Portuguese proverb here. As we are in Portugal... Quando vires as barbas do vizinho arder, põe as tuas do molho, which translates more or less the one here. What did, why did you think about these one not being related to European culture? What made you think that?
Could you translate this one in Portuguese?
Yes.
I'm curious what it means.
When you see the beards of your neighbor burn, put yours in, would you say water?
Okay.
Molho?
Okay. The details are not important. Okay, I see. This is very similar. But why don't you think, Portuguese had a lot of contacts with African people. Maybe they translated.
Oh, okay.
There's a lot of proverbs, for example, in French, I know, that are nowadays considered French proverbs, but those are basically translations from like Senegal languages and so on and so on. However, it's very difficult to know who was first to coin the proverb. Yeah,
right.
Of course. The proverbs, they travel.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry. Oh, okay, fine. Patrick, I think you are really in terms with what one of our colleagues said here 2 days ago, Bruno, when he said that Tavira is fast becoming the city of knowledge revolution. Here you are, coming from Poland, but telling me about Shona proverbs, telling us about Hausa proverbs. This is typical of Africa, but you are from Poland. So, Tavira, take your rightful place. You are putting us on the map. Now, if I may come on to what you really came up there with, I think this is what we call fast, spin, nice knowledge that you are bringing forth that nobody has ever tried to look at. Now, as a linguist, I presume you should go a bit in-depth with the Shona aspect, because I can see that you are well-versed with the Hausa issues, but with the Shona, please, find time, look for a bit of money and come down to Zimbabwe, mingle up there and come and tell us here in Tavira, where the revolution is taking place, what you discovered down there. Unfortunately, I'm from Southern Africa, but I've never done what you are trying to do. So I'm putting more grease onto your elbows. Keep it up.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for this comment. Yeah, I will go to Zimbabwe. That's already planned.
Okay, and
thank you very much. It was really interesting. But this beard fired up my imagination, actually. So it is a concrete question. It's really, is it possible that beard was actually a part of the roof? So it would be some metaphorical meaning, and it doesn't really go to the body part directly?
I mean, as far as I know, the beard in African cultures, both Hausa and Shona here, it's associated with men. It has to do with gender. So if they talk about beard in Proverbs, it means basically males, not women, so usually. So, and sometimes it's associated with wisdom also, but the same, I think, in Europe.
Sorry, yeah, but the proverb that was read from Portuguese, it could be metaphorically put somewhere else. So maybe even, I know that it means a man, I know that it means wisdom even in our culture, all the these persons in movies with wizards have long beards and so on, and we say that someone has long beard in something, it means a long path there, but I don't know. Maybe check it, please.
Yeah, okay, thank you for your remark. Yeah, I will look into that.
Very quickly, please, just one or two more comments.
Of course, Proverbs have many contextual interpretations, yeah.
Very quickly, please.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Usually in Europe, we have a lot of proverbs on that body parts which could be seen: face, head, hands, thumbs, maybe legs, and so on. But because of geography conditions, we cover most of our bodies, and we do not have much proverbs on that body parts that are covered, like elbows, as you mentioned, shoulders, and some other, except that we are not allowed to see. I mean, you understand. What about African proverbs? Maybe there are some body parts that we Europe do not have proverbs with. I mean, like, okay, elbows and so on, so on. Did you notice anything?
Thank you for this question. I think my research is not deep enough to answer fully this question, but I have some thoughts about it. Like, for example, in many African cultures, there is more expressions with some of the internal body parts, I would say, like intestines, stomach, and stuff like that. For some reasons, because we know that meanings or those figurative meanings of body parts are different. They differ among the languages. Even like in, I don't know, Polish. In Polish, ręka means just this, but in English, it could be like, I think, the whole But I think in English, hand means only this, and this would be already arm, and so on and so on. So the same situation we have when we go to African languages, and for example, in European languages, I believe heart is where your feelings are, and brain is where your wisdom is, and so on and so on. But it's not universal. Like in Hausa, for example, zuciya, which means heart, is not really seen as where the feelings are always. This is also the place where the mental processes are taking place. So, for example, if you say something like he was thinking about it in his heart, so this is equivalent to, in English we would say, I don't know, that in his head he was thinking or something like that. So the place of thinking is not always in the head. In some languages it's in the heart and so on. And feelings might be in the stomach,
okay,
or in the intestines.
Okay, maybe you could continue that to the break. Sorry, Lisa, just one
mini comment. It is nice to notice that it is not only from European the ideas go to Africa. We have many proverbs from Africa coming to Europe, but we put easily them that they are European, like it happened here with that. So it is not so self-evident that everything comes from Europe to Africa.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. And the lady.
Eu vou falar mesmo em português, que eu sou de Moçambique e o povo Shona faz fronteira entre o Moçambique e o Zimbábue. Existem provérbios Shona devidamente escritos por missionários portugueses que estiveram lá na zona, e então o que eu reivindico é o provérbio na língua Shona, para ser traduzido na outra, e não a tradução do provérbio em Shona, que aparece aqui já numa outra língua, que é o caso que está ali a trazer os termos todos. É só essa reivindicação. Tem que se partir dos provérbios escritos nas línguas e que sejam traduzidos nas línguas próprias para serem traduzidos. É apenas isso. Obrigada.
Thank you.
I believe this was about translating Proverbs from Shona to Portuguese by missionaries or something.
Okay, but unfortunately we don't have time. Maybe you could discuss it during the break. Thank you very much, Patrick. And we're continuing with our last presentation from Nargiz Abdullaeva Erkinovna from the National University of Uzbekistan, and she will talk about us mythological elements in Uzbek proverbs and sayings.
Okay, good morning again, dear ladies and gentlemen. So before beginning my presentation, I want to speak about yesterday's two dances, because several friends asked me what is the meaning of these dances. Okay, in short, very in short, because both of them have got very long history. The first one is Mustahzat. The name of the dance was Mustahzat, and Mustahzat means added. What does it mean? So before century, this kind of music appeared, and by centuries, many parts are added. But the meaning is the same. Even it's very long kind of folklore song, the meaning is like that. So one person saw one beautiful girl and loved her so much, but the girl disappeared. I don't know, maybe moved some other place. And he tried to find out, to look for this girl in the forests, mountains, on the rivers, like that. And when he found him, he just explained his deep love with smiling, the second part of the song. Okay, what about the second song? The second song is very special and the oldest song. It was originally only music without lyrics, and it was called Lazgi. What does mean Lazgi? Lazgi, in English, lame. Who broke her foot. Again, there was a king and queen, and in their castle there was very beautiful, very talented dancer, and the queen became very jealous of the king. So that's why when she was dancing like that, the queen just threw several stones under her feet. And that is why she fell down and broke her just feet. And that is why she stand like that. And you see? Yeah, without moving feet, she should dance very beautifully. She didn't stop because of the respect and love for the king. So that's why she continued smiling. But this is because of pain. Pain, you see? Yeah, it's kind of tragic, pain. And still we represent and use this lasgi, but in many kinds of lasgi. And there are many legends about lasgi, but the lasgi means lame, and it is all about the song. It's not about another thing. I love music, and that's why I'm dancing. Even I have got very huge pain. This means. Okay, now about presentation. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, so I want to take you to the 15th century ago in the Turkic world, which was situated in the center or around the center of Asia. And this was called Great Turkic Khanate. So I will show it later. I mean the map. First of all, proverbs and sayings are both linguistic and folklore units, as they reflect culture, mentality, habits, lifestyle, and beliefs of the nation to which they belong. Generally, culture and lifestyle may change over a number of years and centuries, but they can be restored with the help of proverbs and sayings, fortunately, of course, as they possess much or less historical information in their contents. Especially, some proverbs and sayings may refer to mythological beliefs that we do not sometimes believe in nowadays. However, a number of those kinds of proverbs and sayings have not lost their truth in meaning and value in usage. So these days, they are used with their original meaning or face semantic change due to the time that passed and changed in the insights of the nation. Finding the exact origin of a proverb or saying can be challenging, maybe, in the long history of a nation. Approximately 3,000 years, I will speak together. So today, and changes in its lifestyle. A century ago, as Marvin stated, it is a mistake to assume that the earliest known record of a saying indicates its origin. Many with which are familiar were, so far as we know, first used by the Romans, but the Latin language was a medium of the innumerable Greek phrases that predate their Roman use, and they may have been utterances of unknown philosophers, the fragments of lost historic records, the attributed responses to ancient oracles, or the accepted lessons of the forgotten myths and fables. Moreover, nowadays we sometimes use a proverb or a saying containing mythological elements without comprehending its mythological origin, which has been forgotten or not believed anymore. And in this paper, I want to highlight how the cultremes or mythological elements as a cultremes or kernels in the contents of the proverbs or sayings can reflect linguocultural perspective of the nation. So Meader, in his book, just paid attention to the common and different points of myth and proverbs, as he wrote like that: all myths, proverbs, and things are genres of folklore, as they reflect beliefs, habits, lifestyle, traditions, morality, spirituality, and worldview of the nation, and usually live in their oral forms. Proverbs, like riddles, jokes, or fairy tales, do not fall out of the sky, and neither are they products of a mythical soul of the folk. Instead, they are always coined by an individual, whether intentionally or unintentionally. So, in his time, P. Rainin wrote like that: with regard to common sources, identical or similar proverbs can be traced back to the mythological stories, classical literary works like Shakespeare, Dante, Cervantes, folk narrations, fables, and legends. And in Introduction to Paremiology, Mr. Grzybek said that it was later popularized by scholars such as Roland Barthes, who applied this concept not only to individual signs, but transferred to its text, of course, referring to the Proverbs. Example, myth. Using text in the broad semiotic meaning of this term, not restricting it to verbal texts, treating them as super signs. It means the usage of mythological elements in Proverbs as outlined above, so in the book. Okay, our methodology, analyzing mythological elements in Proverbs and sayings in the Uzbek language, is implemented through investigating mythological notions of the Uzbek nation. But as the name Uzbek appeared in the Middle Ages, only Middle Ages, approximately 14th and 15th centuries, Turkic people and their ancient thoughts and beliefs have to be studied in order to disclose the meanings of mythological elements in Proverbs and sayings of the nation, or let's say nations right now, we consider which are Turkic, all among the world. Therefore, etymological analysis is used to investigate the background of the mythological notions existing in Turkic proverbs and sayings. Their original meaning and current meanings are studied through semantic analysis, and component analysis is free tool to identify the role of mythological elements and phrases in the contents of proverbs and sayings. Now, this is a map I want to just show you. During the from the 4th until the 7th century, there was very great Hanate, let's say, kingdom in the Central Asia, and you can see there even some parts of Europe. And this Hanate was called, you can see here, it's written, Göktürk Empire. Turk means Turkic. Gök means, right now, even in Turkey and Azerbaijan, they use the word Gök, but in Uzbek it is Kök. It is a blue color. Why? Because the ancient religion of the Turkic people, till the Arab invasions come to the Central Asia, it's approximately AC 673 till 751. It's a period which Arabs came to Central Asia and took all the places and spread of Islam, Muslims, you know, there. And that is why it was called Göktürk, not just white, not just yellow or other color. So, because it is based on the people's beliefs on the natural phenomena as religious notions, gods. There were many gods in that time, in myths of Turkic people. And blue color was a representation of the main god, which is the god of blue sky. Blue sky. It's not water, it's not another thing, it just it explains blue sky. So that's why the name of this god, I will tell you later, is the god of the blue sky. And you can see blue color in every century, in every part of flags of usually Turkic people. For example, this is the flag of Amir Timur's country. And this flag was used among 14th and 15th centuries. And still, Turkic people, we are using blue. This is the flag of Uzbekistan, and in the top of this flag, you can see again blue, sky blue, and it represents our sky again. So, then the first main god, as I've mentioned just a little bit later, was called Kök Osman Khudası. It means the god of blue sky. Main man gods, so there were gender, you know, in the gods also. He was responsible to give luck, health, and wealth to the people. And we can see here the usage of this name, the name of the god, in the Uzbek proverbs right now we are using. Kupke bakma, kupke bak. So it means, don't look at the blue sky or the god of the blue sky, but look at many to learn something or to learn how to solve any problem in the life. Okay, the next proverb here. Көктен emas, yerden tapasan. So you cannot find something from the blue sky, but you can get something if you work very hard on the land. So you can see here English equivalents I tried to find. For the first proverb, it is life and time are the best teachers. And the second one is aphorism from John Kennedy's speech. So do not pray for easy lives. Pray to be stronger man. Okay. So the next, let's say, goddess, it is she. She was, or she's, let's say, the wife of main god, and she was called the god of the motherland. So that's why still we are using for the land the phrase, let's say, motherland, ona yer. Ona means mother, land means year. Still, we are using this phrase, but not to represent any gods, just for valuing the land. Okay, so in the first proverb, Ayoz mama altkun, kahre kelsa katkun. So Ayoz mama is the second name of this woman. Why? Because the god of the land, the wife of the god of the blue sky, she was responsible to punish the people if they do something bad. She was a kind of, strict woman, you see? And the god of the blue sky and goddess of the motherland have several children, and each of them were responsible for kind of natural phenomenon. For example, for the rain, for the snow, for the wind, for the clouds, even for the sun and moon. So, this one means, Ayoz Mama, and is another name of the goddess of the motherland. When it is very cold, she is named like Ayoz means chilly cold, Mama means mother, grandmother, Mama. So, this proverb says that Ayoz Mama makes cold 6 days, but if she becomes angry, it will be harder 40 days in spring than all winter. So in our climate, it's very special kind of thing. When winter finishes at the beginning of the spring, it will be kind of a week or more chilly days. And these days are very difficult for the people because there is no enough vegetables, maybe fruits, not enough to eat. So that is why they want to have just warmer days earlier. The next one also looks like that. Ayoz mama altkun, kahre kelsa katkun, sakransa sakskun, tokransa tokskun, okransa onkun. It's very long, but still we use it. So it means Ayoz mama makes cold days just 6 days if she is not so angry. But if she becomes disappointed, it will be harder 40 days. If she jumps because of angriness, it will be 8 cold days. If she frowns, see, it will be 9 cold days. If she stares negatively, it will be 10 cold days in spring. Interesting. So I couldn't find any English equivalents of that. The next one is Ayomajus. Ayomajus has got 2 different, statements or legends, let's say, which words are included in Ayomajus. The first variant is Ayomajus is the name of the last week of winter in Uzbekistan, which is usually colder than the other weeks of winter in Uzbekistan. And it includes usually just 6 days, but it's harder or colder all winter than all winter, and the even winter includes these 6 cold months, sometimes including autumn. Right now, even it's very cold in Uzbekistan. And the second variant of this word is Aya Majus. Aya means mom. For example, right now, I use also in my family for just addressing my mom, Aya. Aya, mom, come, like that. Okay, Majus means very cold again. So that is why these 2 notions, or let's say proverbs and sayings, also uses this mythological element, that another names for the goddess of motherland. The first one, Ayomajus altkun, 6 ay qishdan qattiq kun. Again, Ayamajus includes 6 days, but if she becomes angry, it is colder than all winter. Okay. Qahri kelsa, 6 oy qishdan qattiq kun, it means colder this 6 winter month. Okay, the next one, it is again, so you know, there are many variants of the names of goddess of motherland, and this is also another name for this goddess, Sust Hoten. Sust means passive, lazy, Hoten means wife or woman. So when it is not very rainy, usually we have very dry climate. So if there is so little rain, people ask the rain from the god of the motherland and call her Susthoten, who has not given enough rain to grow vegetables and fruits, especially in spring and summer. Yomg'ir kerak bo'lsa, Susthotenni chaqir. If you need rain, please call Susthoten. And right now, I ask from technicians to put this, to open this link in YouTube, and you may hear original, very historical song. But right now, it's very rarely used. I can't hear this song, and I hardly found these recordings of this song. Please, technicians, are you hearing me? The link on the slide. Okay, so you see here they are asking for the rain from the main goddess. Okay, the next one is another god which we call bird god and Huma mother. Huma is a kind of mythological, it doesn't exist, this type of bird doesn't exist anywhere, but still in myth of Turkic people you can see everywhere Huma mother, which is in the shape of bird and takes care of newborn babies and protects people from the harm. So that's why she's a symbol of luck and safety. Nowadays the picture of Huma bird exists on the emblem, you see. This is the emblem of Uzbekistan, and in the middle you may see this bird. This is on the historical place of Registan in Samarkand. This is a kind of I took from historical books, and this is right now the latest structure, or let's say monument, in the center of Tashkent, in the capital of Uzbekistan. And Boshiga Huma Konde, it means Huma bird landed on his or her head. She is or he is very lucky. So, Mama Qaldiroq, thunderstorm in English, if people do bad deeds, the god of the mother, land, becomes angry and calls her sons to go up to the sky and make noise and lighting with the help of their gurze. Gurze is a weapon that is very big, this one. Very big in the round top, but thin in the bottom. So, yomg'ir keltirar Mama Qaldiroq yaxshi, thunderstorm is good when it brings rain. So, thunderstorm, Mama Qaldiroq still is used right now. Second one is chaqmoq. Again, the sons of God of the motherland makes just sound and lighting. So, ahmoqdan chaqmoq, donodan ahmoq. Sometimes a fool father's son becomes clever. Sometimes a clever father's son becomes fool. In English, there are also 3 variants I found. A black hen lays a hen. Many good cows have black claves. Many good father has but a bad son. And the third one looks like also like that. I am out of time, so that's why I'm in very hurry. The next mythological notion is moon. Moon was also considered to be one of the girls of these main gods and goddess. There is a proverb, still we use this one, but I usually consider it is not a proverb but superstition. Yangi oyna tepaga qarab chiqqanidan qo'rq. Be careful when the moon appears facing to the top of the sky. It can be a signal of unhappiness. You see here, the moon is facing not to the earth, but to the sky. Yeah. And the next one is Olaboje, much more just interesting. So Olaboje is a dreadful creature that is harmful. We don't have concrete shape of Olaboje. It can be in the shape of any wild animal or kind of unknown body of the human being, like and I also use it for my children like that. Vaqtida uxlamagan bolani Olaboje olib ketadi. If a child doesn't sleep on time, Olaboje comes and will take you. Then children can become asleep very easily. And the last but not least, it is Kozmunchok. Kozmunchok is you may see this kind of thing even in Tavira, you see? Yeah, and it was created approximately 2,500 years ago. 1,000 years ago. And this is a bead made of black and blue glass with white and black spots on the surface that looks like an eye. So that is why Koz means eye, Munchok means bead. Koz Munchok. And you see also, it is also in the blue color. It is a representation of Turkic people. So it is mainly worn on children, strung on a thread or clothes, neck, hand, with the belief that they protect against the evil eye, jealous eye, harmful eye, yeah? It was also tradition right now for women to wear them. So Kozmunchok ko'zdan asraydi. It means Kozmunchok protects against the evil eye. So, although mythological elements may go out of the usage in modern society, they can live in the contents of proverbs and sayings for a long time, as a myth is not based on fact, but is symbolic storytelling that is based on imaginations and beliefs. They are traditional stories that explain natural phenomena, cultural practices, and the regions of a people, of course. Besides, mythological culture is typically set in timeless, supernatural world and involve gods, goddesses, and other sacred phenomena. Proverbs and sayings containing mythological elements provide concise wisdom or advice on the basis of mythological stories, beliefs, even superstitions. Though some of these above mentioned Uzbek proverbs and sayings are not used frequently nowadays because of changes in beliefs and religions. As I've mentioned, after the 8th century, we have Islam as the main religion. We became Muslims. So that's why these kind of mythological elements were forgotten very easily, maybe. This should be learned and kept for the future generation as a cultural heritage, speaking about the history and mentality of the nation. And I want to just show up this kind of fact. It's not a myth, it's real. Last year when I was in Tavira, I was in the Islam Museum of Tavira, near to the municipality. If you're interested in, you may also visit. And I have found this exponent, which looks like 2 hours. And it's written here, it's not visible, I'm so sorry for this photo. It's written here, Uzbekistan, Samarkand, Temur Lang, period, and in the brackets 2 question marks. I was disappointed to see this kind of question mark, and I asked it from the manager, and he said that we are not sure The Iraq businessman just gave us this, just sold us this many years ago, but he didn't tell us, was it from Samarkand in Uzbekistan or other places in Central Asia. Then this year, just 2 weeks ago, I was in Samarkand to participate in the international conference, and I have found this, you see, and I have put also a photo with me in order to prove. And you can see again, so sorry, it's not visible. It's written here, 14th century, Mirza Ulugbek Madrasa. Madrasa from the Arabic language, it means old religious school. So in the north wall of this madrasa, you can see this kind of just photo, and today or tomorrow, I don't know when I can find the time, I will go straightly to the museum and show up this one. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Nargiza, for your interesting presentation about how myths and proverbs are interwoven. Any comments for 1 or 2 minutes only, please, because we are run out of time. Sasha? Yeah.
Thank you, Nargiza. This was really great, actually. But I have a question that goes beyond proverbs and sayings. Mm-hmm. Are these old gods, let's put it this way, kept also in swearings, for example, swear words, or some incantations or charms? And are there some swears that are still used in dialects, of course, not because... Yeah.
As I've just represented you, the goddess of motherland, she was responsible to punish the people. When we use a kind of these words, we use again just the goddess of motherland, like ona yer ursen. So it means let motherland beats you. You see? Okay, yeah. When we want to just boast or praise some person, we use instead not momo yer, not motherland, but the blue sky. Let blue sky will follow you, will be with you, like that in Uzbek. Ko'k osmon yoki ko'k tangri sizni qo'llasin. Still, but they are rarely used right now, as I've told you, because we are Muslims and we say it's not correct. It was only the beliefs and myths when we were very old, like till the 7th and 8th century AC.
Somebody else? Any comments, questions? No. So we may proceed with the diploma ceremony. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Just a minute, please. Some announcements.
Por favor, não esqueçam de se inscreverem para o jantar e para as visitas culturais de sábado e domingo, com urgência o jantar.
Please don't forget to make your inscription for dinner. It's very important as well for the trips at the weekend. And a small remark, maybe some of you didn't heard my talk on the first day, and I said that really this year was very important for us, for our association, because we honored Mida, and at the same time you can see in the booklet really the photo and one text written by Miller about our dear colleague Fionnuala. So please read this. I advertised this on the first day, but maybe, of course, you take attention to other things, but really. And this photo was just made here, and also this one here in the booklet, we took that in Vilnius last colloquium. We have been with our colleagues from Lithuania. Thank you. Now it's a break.
Sueño con volver al azul del cielo y del mar. Tantos recuerdos que forman parte del camino que hemos recorrido. Mis pasos se convierten cada vez más en un vuelo sobre el pavimento de esta tierra que es mía. Mis hombros están más ligeros, despojados de la rutina diaria. Una maravilla constante en lo que veo y reviso, que despierta mi mirada a las diferencias y contrastes. Las mañanas descubren la sonrisa que a veces oculto. Abrazamos el día y encontramos a la gente de nuestra tierra. Mar adentro, llena de vida. Perdemos la memoria de las rutinas. Recorremos las calles de la mano, intercambiando miradas y sonrisas, destellos de luz y simpatía. Quiero cansarme en este verde intenso, entre la arena y el agua, con los pies en la sal de esta tierra y este mar, en la dulzura de este río. Abrigarme con un manto de cultura y tradición. Hay un lugar que nos espera, como un templo, un castillo, donde nuestros cuerpos se revitalizan. Sonidos, colores, aromas, texturas, en un mezclado de fantasía y realidad que me provoca sensaciones únicas. Cuando recuerdo las esquinas que ya hemos doblado, imagino cuánto hemos crecido y vivido. Entre las partidas y llegadas, vivimos la nostalgia del regreso. Tavira es así. Cuando elegimos ser nosotros mismos, el viaje a través del tiempo nunca se detiene. Elijo Tavira.
Sonho voltar ao azul do céu e do mar. Tantas memórias que fazem parte do caminho que percorremos. Os meus passos são cada vez mais um voo sobre a calçada desta terra que é minha. Os meus ombros estão mais leves, despidos de cotidiano. Um espanto permanente no que vejo e revejo, que desperta o meu olhar para as diferenças e os contrastes. As manhãs descobrem o sorriso que às vezes escondo. Abraçamos o dia e encontramos as gentes da nossa terra. Mar adentro, cheias de vida.
Hello, Nidhi. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, just a second. Can you speak a bit so that we can hear if...
Yeah, I'm speaking. Can you hear me?
Yes, very good. Thank you very well. So we are starting in a few minutes. Okay. I will first introduce you shortly, and then I will give you the word, okay?
All right.
And after you finish, I will ask for some questions or comments.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Let's wait a few minutes. Not long, just a minute or two.
Yeah.
There's a big one even. Ah. So thank you very much for coming for the next session. We are starting with Zoom presentation. Nidhi Mathur from Kurukshetra University from India will present us the paper, Non-Human Animals in Proverbs Created by Humans for Humans. Please, Nidhi.
Thank you. Thank you so much for giving me these opportunities. So the title of my paper is Non-Human Animals in Proverbs Created by Humans and for Humans. So basically these proverbs are not for animals but for humans themselves. See how this differs or more accurate from culture to culture. Sometimes we promote erroneous and negative image of non-human animals. Here I will denote animals as non-human animals because my paper is from the lens of human animal studies, where I see humans as companions of animals, or let's say others.
When we call a person a monkey, that is a fool, pig, a slob, jackass or turkey, an idiot, or dog, ugly, no good. Other commonly used expressions such as more than one way to skin a cat, killing two birds with one stone, bleeding like a stuck pig, or beating a dead horse to death also promote a mindset of insensitivity to the suffering of other living beings and convey the notion that it is okay for humans to degrade, injure, or kill non-human animals simply because they have power to do so. The number of publications on animal proverbs and zoo metaphors in Proverbs is undeservedly small, considering that the semantic field of animals must be the most productive one in proverbial metaphors. Researchers have mostly touched upon animals either observing the relations between proverbs and fables or while discussing references to agriculture and veterinary in Proverbs. Most typically, this is done by German authors. Irrespective of regional differences, we might distinguish the top three group of equally favorite animals. Those are dog, horse, and cow, the earliest domesticated animal. And then two major domesticated animals are followed by hen, rooster, wolf, swine, cat, sheep, and then these 8 most favorite animals are featured in nearly half of all the occurrences of zoological terms. These are followed by fish, donkey, mule, bird, mouse, then crow, snake, worm, bear, fox, camel, hare, and then we have frogs, toad, fly, lion, goose, and eagle. Animals function as human beings or less definite human factors in these proverbs. Also, this category contains a number of texts with parallel structure consisting of two contrasting components, metaphorical and literal. For example, satisfy a dog with a bone and a woman with a lie. Give to a pig when it grunts and a child when it cries. And you will have a fine pig and a bad child. On rare occasions, animal terms may literally denote animals. The category contains several distinct subcategories and clusters. One of them involves courage or cowardice in relating to animals, trusting animals. Such proverbs teach us why should we be careful with some animals, emphasize that we should not be scared of a dead lion or a drawn tiger, inform that those that bark do not always bite, and vice versa. Warn against disturbing a sleeping lion or to touch the nest and layers of animals. Often they advise us to avoid contact with animals, as pairing up with a dung beetle, you might end up in dung. Lying down with a dog, you might get fleas. You will learn to howl living among the wolves, etc. In Proverbs, animals are often depicted as troublemakers, thieves, and robbers. A separate subject is protecting domestic animals from predators. Proverbs are somewhat differently disposed towards the gratitude or ingratitude of animals. An animal might return a favor. Throw the dog a bone and it will not bark. Or tease you instead. Help a dog out of water and it will splash water all over you. The second category is animal category. All the text under this category are basically the centennial metaphors, and in order to understand them, we have to translate the world of animals into the world of humans. This category is also divided into several subcategories and topics. For example, extremely productive cluster of synonyms emphasizing that animals do not harm each other and understand each other. Wolves never prey upon wolves. A dog does not step on another dog's paw. Animal metaphors have provided numerous possibilities to discuss gender issues. Looking for a mate, differences in gender behavior, and role of males and females. Different species attempt to copulate, which usually fail. Animal metaphors are often used in expressing figuratively the parent-child relationship. All animals protect and care for their young. Even an ugly or weak young is dear to his mother. A meek calf sucks 2 cows. A mare might give birth to many colts, but dies with the bridle on. Proverbs and animal fables coincide in motifs which oppose and relate a smart animal and a stupid one, or a strong and weak one. A smart animal deceives a fool one. A weaker animal receives advantage or protection from a stronger one. As humans, we see ourselves as dominant over other species. We have normalized this dominance to the point where we control this life and death of non-human animals, as spoken by Zengin in 2019. We see dominance portrayed in language when talking about or dismissing the cognitive abilities of these animals, changing their status based on how we perceive their feelings and thoughts. When talking about companion animals such as dogs and cats, we use words like loyal, loving, curious, as written by Gunavan in 2018. However, when talking about our food, we refer to them using words like product to remove the emotion from the consumer. We also use references in day-to-day language such as metaphors. We associate weasels with sneakiness, dogs with loyalty, lions with bravery, and pigs are associated with being dumb and pest, dirty and gross. These associations impact our feelings towards these animals, which develop connections between humans and animals, reinforce the power dynamics in people's mind. Zoos use language in their marketing to create a wildlife experience where you can bond with the animal, helping their business. An example of this is the language the Denver Zoo uses on their website about our zoo family. This language instills a sense of connection and happiness and makes us forget that the animals are in a smaller enclosure with limited ability to exert their natural instincts. I'm sorry. The zoos also establish more dominance by having the people name these animals and advertise the milestones of animals, creating a connection and empathy. With the visitor, which helps boost profit margins. Additionally, zoos' welfare laws show a disparity in the treatment between farm and zoo animals. When looking at the farming industry, the language used to degrade these animals to food is very apparent, as well as the language used to normalize the slaughter of these animals for our gain. We can see this as the words used to describe them go beyond corpse, instead describing them as their use for food such as T-bone or fillet, as written by Mitchell in 2013. The discourse around cage-free animals and happy meat makes the consumer feel free, more comfortable eating these animals and separate them from the slaughter, as written by Khazal and Almiron in 2014. It is clear that the way that we talk about different animals impact how we treat them. These actions have caused and continue to cause many animals to die. It begs us to look at different questions in the future if the dynamics between humans and non-human animals are based on the way we talk about them, and this narrative influences our behaviors towards them. What would happen if we changed that narrative? If the media changed how they talked about this subject, would we be less desensitized to the slaughtering of some animals and not others? This would allow us to see more clearly the relationship we have with the non-human animal world in order to improve the treatment of these non-human companions. I have tried to focus primarily on different types of conflicts that arise from encounters between humans and non-human animals. The fairy tales selected for this paper are taken from Kinder- und Hausmärchen, that is children's and people's fairy tales collected by Brother Grimm's, and I have taken the original volume of 1812. The fairy tales selected are Cat and the Mouse in Company, The Wolf and the 7 Young Kids, The Fox and the Godmother, About the Death of the Chicken, The Frog Prince and the Iron Henry, The Bremen Town Musicians, the old sultan, the dog and the sparrow, the owl, the whimsical playman, the rogue, Puss in Boots, the wren and the bear, the wolf and the man, Little Red Riding Hood, the wolf and the fox and the cat, Bunny Bride, Mr. Basket, the sparrow and his 4 children. These stories demonstrate brutality, ruthlessness, carelessness, negligence of humans towards non-human animals and depict the incessant struggle between the two species for living space and survival on different levels. The selected fairy tales which address brutality and cruelty towards non-human animals and the exploitation of animals are read critically from the lens of human-animal studies. The fairy tales are presented from essential theoretical perspective of speciesism, zoophobia, and post-anthropocentrism. This paper also considers everyday degrading language for non-human animals. Peter Singer and Richard Ryder remain important scholars whose work will be mentioned and cited again and again. This paper not only presents an account of exploitation, but also pays attention to and critically analyzes the power relation between human and non-human animals, which is visible in idioms and language in different parts of worlds. Now, the smart fox, the stubborn donkey, the dirty sow, the busy bees, the lazy grasshopper, the stupid sheep, the shy deer, and the bad wolf are common sayings in almost all human languages and cultures. This and several phrases that insult non-human animals are used almost every day. People use language to express thoughts and feelings. However, few people are aware of the extent to which language actually shapes our thoughts and feelings. The words we read and hear color our thoughts and shape our feelings about the information those words contain. At the same time, vocabulary and the structure of language limit what we can express and even think. Johan Dunayer states this in his book of monumental importance for animal rights, animal equality, language and liberation, that words can foster oppression or liberation, deception or truth. Johan Dunayer has discussed domains of human-animal, non-human animal interactions to demonstrate how language influences perceptions of relationship with animals. A noun is a person, place, or thing. What are non-human animals then? They are not people, they are not places, they are not things. So by convention, the animals must be things. And they use it pronoun. Human animal studies, and to even greater extent critical animal studies, explicitly rejects the use of it for non-human animals. Animals have feelings, animals can use reason, animals have brain, they have shown intelligence, are a few scientific studies which have been done in recent times. Animals even can speak human language. Animals are also present in everyday sayings. It glorifies the human species and demeans all others. Just as sexist language demeans women and excludes them from full consideration, speciesist language demeans and excludes non-human animals. When we classify other animals as things, we obscure their sentience, their individuality, and their right to autonomy. Going further, Dunayer claims that speciesism can't survive without lies, and honest words will grant non-human animals the freedom and respect that are rightfully theirs. In human animals, cognition, emotion, and behavior are complexly linked. Language is only one of many variables that influence cognition, while cognition is only one of many variables that influence behavior. Given all the other variables that support the ongoing abuse of non-human animals, it seems unlikely that changes in language alone will provide freedom for animals. For example, sport hunting in particular has disturbing and very bad language among its supporters. For example, hunters also claim to interact with their victim. They call game animals birth and death, recruitment and attrition, as if the animal signed up to be hunted and turned in letters of resignation from life. After slaying a deer, Richard Nelson whispers, "Thanks to the animal for giving itself to me, even if the deer has started to flee." Ted Kerasot likes to believe that hunted animals sacrifice themselves as part of an accord with him and permit themselves to be taken. These highlighted words show everyday use of speciest language, especially in idioms and proverbs. Hunting aims to acquire the animals, its body, its attribute, and perhaps also its essence. While changes in language practices do not in themselves bring about animal liberation, such changes must certainly be an element of the animal liberation movement. Language, especially idioms and proverbs, changes are necessary but not sufficient to end human exploitation and abuse of non-human animals. We understand that much of the language used when referring to non-human animals is inherently speciest. As we strive to change not only the systems that oppress non-human animals, we must also unlearn the oppressive language our society has been indoctrinated with. Vivid descriptions of hunting, sport fishing, zoos, water prisons, vivisection, food industry captivity, slaughter reveal the cruelty that misleading word legitimize and conceal. Speciesism is clearly related to sexism and racism as they share certain characteristics. As per Joan Dunayer, he provides an example to prove this point. Cow characterizes a woman as fat and dull, kept perpetually pregnant and lactating with swollen belly or swollen udder. Cow enslaved for their milk are seen as fat, confined to a stall, denied the active role of nurturing and protecting a calf. They are seen as passive and dull. Milk cows then become emblematic of these traits. Their image easily transfers to women because their exploitation focuses on uniquely female capacities to produce milk and replacement offspring. When these capacities decline, a cow is slaughtered. Richard D. Ryder has also written extensively about the sharpest vocabulary that every language contains. The use of the word animal over the word human is clearly an expression of prejudice. Some aspects of the language I use may surprise the reader. This is because I have tried, when appropriate in the context, to dismantle the speciesism inherent in the words we use. Phrases like men and animal, for example, insult not only women but non-human animals also. For humans are animals too. All I can say is that no such inferiority is intended or understood. In the absence of other appropriate words, I use non-human or non-human animal in the hope that their use reminds the reader, as it does to me, of the kinship between those of my own species and others. Quote ends. In addition to supporting an arbitrary hierarchy with humans at the top, speciest language, especially the idioms, assert a false dichotomy between animals and humans. Like sexist language, speciest language legitimize exploitation and violence. Every sentient being is a someone, not a something. By obscuring this truth, speciest language sanctions cruelty. I hope children will learn soon. A noun is a person, animal, place, or thing. Using non-speciest language, we can teach respect for all creatures. Only compassionate words can help free our wordless relatives. Humans or speciest openly use many common expressions that invoke other species to insult a human. Sly as a fox, crazy as a lion, bull-headed, chicken-hearted, catty bitch, dog, jackass. Ironically, such comparisons disparage non-human animals onto which we project our own negative characteristics. For example, no pig sweats like a pig because pigs have few sweat glands and hardly sweat. No wolf frolics like a human wolf. Wolves are steadfastly monogamous throughout their lives. In the fairy tale, the owl is called the beast. One should avoid expressions that elevate humans above other animals. Human goodness, the rational species, the sanctity of human life, human non-human comparisons that patronize non-humans. Almost humans, chimpanzees have many human characteristics. Hierarchical references to non-humans, lower animals, or subhumans, derogatory just, merely, only, and before, animal terms. A mere beetle. They are just animals. Derogatory non-human animal metaphors and similes. Bitch, parrot, eat like a pig. The inaccurate demeaning terms such as beast, brutal and stupid animal, wild animal, mongrel, mutt, laboratory animal, poultry, companion animal, etc. Derrida's 97 lecture were published in 2006, in which he spoke about questioning and problematizing the term the animal. According to Derrida, humans have ignored the immense diversity of life forms in order to find a convenient umbrella term that can function as the opposite of humans, that is, animal. The word animal is a self-constructed because it suits our purpose. There are different creatures. There are lions, bees, butterflies, ladybugs. There are no animals. In response, Derrida invents the word animo. Derrida, in his seminal work, The Animal That I Am, proposed the term animo, which is a homophone of animox. But at the same time, he draws attention to how just the common singular, la animo, is a construct, a word that thinkers in the West have used for centuries to invent an identity against which man could be defined. Animaux means animals in French. One has constructed one's idea of humanity in opposition to animality by inventing a duality based on a conventional understanding of non-human animals and the irrational assumption. It is understood that animals are generic and non-singular individuals. Animo, as proposed by Derrida, to pluralize non-human animals and give them back their faces, is a scholarly review that examines the theme of animality in the context of animal studies. Animo proposes not only a rethinking of our relationship with non-human animals, but above all, our idea of what is human and what is animal identity. Considering the proximity of time, I would like to conclude now. The central theme of the fairy tales selected in this paper is the struggle for survival between humans and non-human animals. Animals and birds are increasingly being driven from their homes because people have no regard for other species in their language, especially in the examples given through idioms. And these idioms are, of course, spread from one generation to the next. One can see that the battle started by humans alone and should also be finished by humans. Humans exploit almost all non-human animals in their own way. People in fairy tales think that they are superior to non-humans and can do anything to them. Any harm, regardless of whether they suffer pain, like in the fairy tale, Owl and the wonderful musicians. Example of use of speciest language can also be clearly seen in some cases. The example of bestiality, slavery are clearly depicted. The selected fairy tales support the idea of animal oppression, zoophobia, speciest language. The people in these selected fairy tales are hunters or mayors or from noble class, robbers, owners who exploit animals in everyday life without even realizing it and without even feeling guilty about it. So we consider Grimm's fairy tales to be a cultural asset, and they are still relevant in the society, in the modern day society. So these are the result of human experiences and everyday life at that time. Therefore, people were actually brutal back then, not only in their actions, also in their language, which are all, of course, related to each other. And this practice continues, perhaps the level of brutality is greater. So one should considering before speaking a proverb that degrade non-human animals before it's too late. I would like to end my presentation. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much.
Floor is open to questions.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for this paper in the frames and analysis in the frames of critical animalistic studies. We have a few minutes for questions. Then maybe I will put one question. The question that I got when I had a presentation on similar topic as you've had today, how the animals are characterized in the idioms and proverbs by human characteristics, of course. And my question would therefore be, so do you propose then that these units, paremiological or even, I don't know, metaphorical, should be somehow banned out of the language?
I do not propose this, but yeah, one should, if it's possible, one should avoid, because anyhow, subconsciously, we are putting an image. For example, I tell you, like we use bitch, like bitchy cat or anything, if we have to abuse another female. So in a way, why bitch? Does really, in reality, do they gossip, or are they really bitchy? Then my question is that if one can avoid, or rather, why if one should avoid bringing the negative or derogatory image of animals in our idioms. At this point of time, since I'm at the beginning of my research, I cannot propose that we should completely ban the proverbs, idioms, which are, I think, very old, and we are using. But anyhow, in considering the modern times, considering the today's society, and yeah, from the lens of human animal studies, from the lens of animal liberation, this is my idea, that if we are presenting a negative image of any animal, that one should avoid using those idioms, those proverbs. Yeah, this is my idea.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe someone else? There are no more questions, so thank you very much for your presentation. And I hope that you will continue listening to our conference during the day. Goodbye. So we are continuing now here in this hall, and Dildora Artikova from Urgench State University in Uzbekistan will present us women's stereotyping in Uzbek proverbs. Please.
Good afternoon, dear guests, members of association, researchers. First of all, I would like to mention that I'm very happy to be here, among you, because it's a great chance for me to learn a lot about proverbs, to share some experience, and that's why it's a great chance, I think. The topic of my presentation is women stereotyping in Uzbek proverbs, and okay. So first of all, let me speak about Proverbs itself. Proverbs draw the cultural and social portrait of a nation, through which we can learn about values, beliefs, and worldview of the people. Although there is a common understanding, the definitions and explanations may vary according to some linguists and to some dictionaries. Okay, here the definition of about my presentation. I would like to mention the ideas of well-known scholar Wolfgang Mieder. He says that proverbs do reflect to a certain degree of worldview of the users, and with the caution, one could say that collection of proverbs from a particular state mirrors certain stereotypical values of its people. Okay, this idea notes that proverbs reflect the worldview of their users to a certain extent, and that a collection of proverbs from a particular country expresses some stereotypical values unique to its people. If I move to some dictionaries, in online Oxford Dictionary, the proverb is defined as a well-known phrase or sentence that gives advice or says something that's generally true. Whereas the Cambridge Dictionary says that a short sentence, etc., usually known by many people, stating something commonly experienced or giving advice. So we see that though the wording may differ slightly, the core idea of Proverbs being brief, traditional, and offering wisdom or guidance remains consistent across cultures. In the Linguistic Encyclopedia of Dictionary of the Russian Language, proverb is defined as a short, stable in speech, a rhythmic sentence of an educational character, reflecting the centuries-old experience of the people, having its own and figurative meaning. This definition reflects the cultural significance of proverbs and indicates that they play a role not only in language, but also in transmitting historical and moral values. In the National Encyclopedia of Uzbekistan, the proverb is explained as follows. The proverb is a genre of folk oral creativity, a short and figurative, grammatically and logically complete, wise phrase, a sentence with deep meaning. And proverbs are extremely rich and diverse in terms of subject matters. In subject matters, topics, they include such as homeland, work, science, friendship, harmony, wisdom, language and culture speech, love and affection, and so on. The following thoughts of Uzbek scholar Nargiza Abdullaeva, who studied proverbs, are also noteworthy. She says that a proverb is a complex linguistic unit that embodies life experiences and skills of people, their relationship with society, history, mental state, ethical and aesthetic feelings, as well as their positive and negative qualities, forming a complete meaning in the form of sentence. The dialectical unity of content and form is characteristic of proverbs, often involving rhyme, sometimes polysemy, richness in metaphorical meaning. Indeed, proverbs hold a special place in the spiritual and cultural fabric of societies, contributing to a rich legacy that informs both individual and collective wisdom. If I move to gender stereotypes in proverbs, gender stereotypes are a set of common beliefs and assumptions about women and men in society. Of course, they limit the ability of men and women to develop their personal abilities, pursue professional development, and make life choices and plans. Such restrictions are often associated with traditional views in our lives, forcing men and women to adapt to defined roles. All gender stereotypes can be divided into three groups. The first one is masculinity and femininity stereotypes. The second, certain social roles. And the third one is dealing with types of work. So the first type of gender stereotypes in this group can be defined. This group can be defined as stereotypes that classify men and women with the help of certain personal qualities and social psychological features. In particular, women have such traits as passivity, dependence, and emotionality, whereas men are characterized with traits that activity, independence, and competence. The second group of gender stereotypes is related to the reinforcement of certain social roles in family, professional, and other spheres. Here, women are usually assigned family roles as a main role. This is the role of mother, housewife, and spouse, while women are assigned professional roles. At the same time, men are judged on the basis of their achievements in professional sphere, but women are on the basis of availability of family and children. The third group of gender stereotypes is reflected the process of dealing with certain types of work. In particular, men are generally considered to have occupations and professions in the instrumental sphere and like creative character. As women are considered to be characterized by expressive spheres, which differ in the character of performers and providers. Okay, so the definition which is given by Alla Kirillina, she defines gender stereotypes as culturally and socially conditioned opinions and presuppositions about the qualities and attributes, and norms of behavior of representatives of both sexes and their reflection in language. She thinks that men are often recognized as strong, independent, and intelligent, while women are acknowledged as kind, gentle, and patient. Okay, here, let me move to gender proverbs. Gender proverbs are proverbs about men and women. In this case, we can witness the roles, behavior, and character traits of both sexes in society as described through proverbs. In this paper, I'd like to focus on the proverbs about Uzbek women and studied how the various aspects of women are reflected in the proverbs. Okay, in Uzbek proverbs, the issues of appearance and beauty are considered a priority for women. It is said the importance of this aspect is extremely high in all aspects of life, and that it plays a role in social issues in society, starting from personal relationships. Here, the proverb, yaxshi husn, yarim baxt, a good beauty half happens, or yaxshi qomat, yarim omad, good figure, half luck, or onangni otangga bepardoz ko'rsatma, don't show your mother to your father without makeup or unadorned. So women want to be beautiful more than to be good, because beauty is valid and considered to be connected with happiness and luck. However, it is no secret that a woman's beauty is can be caused many disagreements and quarrels because it makes men jealous. Husn, yarim davlat, yarim afat. Beauty is half a wealth or half a state or half a disaster. Or xotinning chiroyi erdan. So this is the next proverb. It says that a woman's beauty is from her husband. So this suggests that beauty can bring both benefits and challenges. On the other hand, it can attract favorable attention, opportunities, and admiration. But it can also, women's happiness, confidence, and well-being can be reflected with the support of, support that she receives from her husband as well. Okay, similarly, in Uzbek proverbs, intellect and beauty are portrayed as interrelated factors. Ayolning husni pardozda emas, aqlida. A woman's beauty is not in her adornment, but in her mind. Aqlli xotin uy ko'rki, chiroyli xotin ko'cha ko'rki. So a wise wife is the beauty of the house. A beautiful wife is the beauty of the street. And aqlsiz xotin husnini ko'z qilar, aqlli xotin aqlini. A foolish wife flaunts her beauty, a wise wife her intellect. Okay, a number of Uzbek proverbs highlight inner beauty. That is, the value of a person is expressed through their virtues. Chiroy husnu jamolda emas, fazlu kamolda. Beauty is not in appearance, but in grace and perfection. Xushxulqlik jamol, kamtarlik kamol. charm is beauty, modesty is perfection. Tashiga karama, ichiga kara. Do not look at the outside, look at the inside. Chiroyga non botirib yeb bo'lmas. Beauty cannot be eaten with bread. So choosing a woman based solely on beauty is not a correct decision, and we can understand that is this characteristic like in Uzbek culture. Okay, moving to the age category. Here I'd like to speak about this proverb that ayolning 30ga kirgani o'tin bo'lgani. A woman in her 30s is firewood. Like this is an interesting proverb because like in our culture at this age women like already compared to firewood, but in like culture of European countries we know that women just begin their like life or like professional life, like marriage at the same age. That's why here there is a contrastive ideas. Also, noz qizga yarashar, kampirga balo bormi? A young girl can be flirt, but what does it mean for an old woman? Or uzoq bo'lsa ham yo'l yaxshi, qari bo'lsa ham qiz yaxshi. Road is good even it's long, girl is good even she is old. So in Uzbek proverbs, various aspects of a woman's behavior and character are also highlighted. In particular, one of the positive traits is like hard work and diligence. Podachi qizning g'ayrati poda qaytganda kelar. The hardworking girl's determination comes when the heart returns. Like as our country was like before in ancient times, they did jobs related to like holding animals at home. Yeah, so this proverb comes from like historical times. Tinmas kampir oyog'i oydinda chars yigirar. The title is Old Woman Gathers Hay in the Moonlight. In the second example, the old woman's movement reveals how resilient and hardworking she is. Thus, through Proverbs, we can understand that women have ability to show themselves even in difficult and laborious tasks. Conversely, the following Proverbs warn about the negative consequences of laziness. Eringan qiz erdan qolar. The lazy girl will be left behind or cannot be married even. Erinchoq qizni erga ber, olmasa yerga ber. Marry a lazy girl, if not, marry the land. Yalqov xotinga bola bahona. A lazy wife excuses for children. Yaxshi bo'lsa kelinchak, bo'la ko'rma erinchak. If she is good, she will be a bride. Do not consider her lazy. So here the laziness of a girl is harshly criticized, and it is not mentioned that such a girl may find it difficult to get married or even may not be able to marry at all and may not find her place in society. A woman should not evade responsibility by using her child as an excuse. She should be active and hardworking. So Proverbs about agility and incompetence have also caught our attention. Epchil xotin qor qalab qozon qaynatar. An agile wife builds a snow fort and boils the pot. Epli xotin uyni tutar orasida, epsizda uy to'ri latta putta. An efficient wife keeps the house tidy. In an inept household, the home is a mess. Pazandaning go'jasidan osh chiqar, noshudning palovidan tosh chiqar. A cook can make a delicious dish from a simple ingredients. A fool's pilaf can produce stones. Uringan xotin o'g'il tug'ar, so a hardworking wife can give birth to sons. Okay, women's active and responsible role in maintaining the family the neatness of an efficient woman, the ability or skilled woman to prepare tasty meals, even from simple products, as well as the potential for resilient women give birth to strong and happy and healthy children are reflected in these proverbs. The negative traits of inept and incompetent women illustrate the consequences of irresponsibility and lack of skill. Through these proverbs, the perceptions and stereotypes regarding women in Uzbek society are clearly expressed. So there are also proverbs that express negative behavior of Uzbek women and harm that bad wives bring to family life. Yomon xotin dardsiz kasal, yomon arava yo'l buzar, yomon xotin uy, xotinning yomoni umrning egovi, yomon xotin kimniki olaqopniki, olaqoping bo'lmasa alla kimniki. Xotin so'zin qondirar, urug'idan tondirar. A bad wife is like a disease that's not painful. Just as a bad cart bricks the road, a bad wife can also disrupt family peace and harmony. Such a woman makes life difficult and restless, like a master imposing her difficulties on others. A woman's fulfillment of her demands can exhaust a man's patience and negatively affect the family life. Thus, the Proverbs discuss how bad wives disrupt family peace and harmony, complicate life, and make men impatient. So, one more trait related to Uzbek women is talkativeness. Elakka borgan ayolning 50 og'iz gapi bor. A woman who goes to sea has 50 things to say. In the past, women, like who are neighbors, they shared a lot of like stuffs, things, and they asked some kind of things related to household chores from one another. And so when they asked, for example, tea from one another, they have like 50 things to say. They just stayed there and have like hours to gossip, maybe. Or which ayol turd ghibat, 3 women for gossip. So talkativeness is also one of the characteristics of Uzbek women. Okay, in conclusion, Uzbek proverbs reflect a broad spectrum of societal attitudes towards women's behavior, character, and roles within the family. Positive traits such as hard work, diligence, agility, and responsibility are praised, illustrating the value placed on women who contribute actively to the household and community. Conversely, laziness, ineptitude, and negative behavior are harshly criticized, with proverbs warning about detrimental effects of these traits on a woman's social standing and family life. These sayings also reflect the societal pressures on women to fulfill their responsibilities and maintain harmony within the family. So this was all about women stereotyping in Proverbs. Of course, at the present time, this perspective has been changed a lot, and so I can say that women's rights are equal to men's rights. Women can work in different spheres, in different aspects of life. They can drive a car, they can be businessmen, they can be head of departments, and so on. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. It was really interesting. Now the floor is open for comments and questions. Lisa, please.
I have a question because there was one proverb that is very much like we have in Finland. It was do not look at the outside, look at the inside. You mean is it used only of women or any other things also? Because in Finland we have the monikakku päältä kaunis, vaan on silkkoa sisältä. It can be used with a beautiful lady, with a very brave man, whatever, even about cars. So it is not pointed, and there is not a word women, monikakku. Yes. Many cake, okay, yes, I didn't say. Many a cake looks good, but the inside is just rubbish.
Okay. Yes, I quite agree. So this proverb is not about like women. Yes, I think so, because like appearance is deceptive. We know that it can be used for other things also. Yes. There are proverbs. So this proverb can reflect that we don't have to. People should not judge the things like on the basis of its appearance or like outer appearance. Yes, what's inside is most important thing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's what I was thinking, that it is not always what it looks like. Okay.
Thank you. I think that it is interesting to hear. I think that these women proverbs about women are used by women too. So they come from great grandmothers and like that. So, do you agree?
Mm-hmm. Yes, of course, I agree that. So women cannot be judged only by men. Of course, women also judge other women. For example, we have a proverb. Ayolning makri 40 tuyaga yük bo'lar. It means that so intriga, is that like tricks of women can be cargo can be very difficult, and even 40 animals, like 40 camels, cannot take it, cannot hold it. I think that this proverb is maybe created by women because women know one another very well, the characteristics, traits. That's why I think that there are so many proverbs in Uzbek culture that's considered like judgment from women to women.
Yes, I go on with what Outi said, because I think that women they can have also double messages. Why should a grandmama tell to her grandchildren that women are stupid? So maybe when we don't know if it's their irony or something behind that, the double communication, two levels. So in Finland we had some researches made of this, so it was actually not easy to say, was it meant like that or was it meant opposite?
Okay, it's very interesting.
So I believe that women are not so stupid that they would never ever teach their children, boys, to look at girls down or girls to look at themselves as, and never in earlier times either. Was it like you, Outi, also thought?
Yes. They like in all times women were intelligent enough. Even they are more intelligent than men, I can say. Yeah, in some cases.
Well, just follow. Yeah, that was my sort of. What I was going to highlight, that who is creating some of these negative proverbs that you talked about, and who is using them.
In our culture.
What, and who collected them also, as Lisa mentioned before. We only, the whole context thing is very important.
Yes, of course. So this is like through the centuries. Through the centuries, proverbs are coming, and now like scholars from all over the world learning these proverbs. So, is it can I understand your question or not? Or it was a question. Who collects it?
It's not really a question. It's just you have to consider carefully who created the proverbs that you have given examples of the negative ones. I'm talking about many, but all of them in general, and when they were collected, and who was collecting them, and the context. That's the problem. For the older collections, we really don't have context. And a small study that I did of women and men as depicted in Proverbs in Ireland in the 30s, for the comments that I had at the time, some of them seem to be not taken as seriously as we might imagine nowadays. You know, a touch of humor or irony was often included.
Of course. If I may just shortly continue, I won't be long. Actually, I wanted to ask if there is a proverb that has different meaning today or is used in different contexts today than it was, for example, in 19th century, because in Slovenia we have such. In Slovenian it goes dolgi lasje, kratka pamet. It means long hair, short mind or short brain. But actually it wasn't linked with stupidity, because women were considered as witty. It was actually about education. Women did only basic education, which was up to 4 years of primary school. So, and in dialect, to be smart, it's literal translation, biti pameten. Even nowadays, you can hear that it means that one is educated. So this proverb in 19th century was considering more like women are undereducated, which had nothing to do with the intelligence. In the 70s, it turned into the hippies, and that hippies are not very clever. They have long hair and short brain. And nowadays, it's quite often chauvinistically used, but always in humorous context. So maybe even this might be, besides what Finula said, might be really important to consider when doing the diachronic analysis.
Yes. In Uzbek culture, the same proverb we have, ayolning akli kelta, saçı uzun. So it means, yes, women have short hair and long hair, but short brain. Yes, I believe that this is stereotype. Yeah, stereotype. And so it is used for like as a joke. Yeah. Because so,
but it wasn't stereotype because they were undereducated because of the system, you know.
Yes, maybe like from this cause. Yes, maybe the cause is like they didn't have the right of getting education.
Well, after having given a very good presentation, you shouldn't look as an emerging scholar. There are certain things that you must avoid. Try to prevent certain things. Don't allow your pen or your mouth to run through certain words. You made a statement there that women are more intelligent than men. Be very careful when you are making such statements because you can be attacked. You see, when we look at women, I'm not refusing that fact. You know, last year I gave a talk here where I was trying to push forward the intelligence of women. But again, women, as far back as 1710, they shot themselves on the foot. When Prince Anne, came up with the first Copyright Act, you know, in 1710, what did she say? She said the aim is to encourage learned men to compose and write new works. Why not learned women? You see, so we must be very careful here. When we start talking about certain things, you fix it and you put it off. In those days, women themselves were not seeing themselves as worth it. But today, I agree with you. They are even more intelligent than some of us. Yeah. So as an emerging scholar, avoid certain things. Otherwise, you might find yourself in problems.
Yes,
Thank you.
Of course, yes. So yeah, I believe that my presentation was only about like stereotypes of women. Yeah.
Okay.
But not at the time.
Yes, it was. Thank you very much. Thank you. And now we have to move on. Now I'm inviting Sevara Sherdyanova, also from Urgench State University from Uzbekistan. And she will present us proverbs related to Uzbek wedding ceremonies and their linguo-cultural characteristics. So please, Sevara.
Good afternoon, dear participants, members of the association. And I'm so happy, to see you in this conference. And I just want to say thanks to the organization in order to give us opportunity to participate here. And I hope you will like my presentation as well. So let's begin. Today's my talk is about proverbs related to Uzbek wedding ceremonies and their linguo-cultural characteristics. Wedding ceremonies are a vital part of the cultural heritage and the social life of every nation. By studying proverbs related to the wedding ceremonies of Uzbek people from a linguo-cultural point of view, it's possible to provide a lot of information about the traditional values, customs, national character, mentality of these people. Understanding the linguistic aspects of these proverbs helps us appreciate the deep interconnection between language and the culture, and an area of growing importance in modern linguistics. The closeness and interdependence of language and culture make it possible to study them on a single methodological basis. And in this article, the analysis of proverbs related to the wedding ceremony of Uzbek people, their linguistic and the cultural characteristics are discussed and analyzed based on some examples. And how can I? Okay. And proverbs are an ancient and a universal genre folklore widely studied across different nations and cultures. Foreign scholars have also highly valued the lexical, cultural, and the social significance of proverbs. Their perspectives are crucial for understanding the role of proverbs in people's lives, as well as their universal and national characteristics and the place within society and the language. And here I want to say that Wolfgang Mieder mentioned that it's necessary not only analyze proverbs, but also to understand their role in social life. Proverbs, he said that proverbs are the wisdom of the people. They are culturally specific, but they also hold the universal truths. Their ability to encapsulate human experience in a few words makes them timeless. And also, American folklorist, linguist Archer Taylor also studied proverbs in his foundational research, describing them as ancient and wise words. He believes that proverbs, beyond their national and ethnic characteristics, have become an integral part of world culture. Taylor believes that proverbs as brief and meaningful phrases that serve as a medium for summarizing people's key experiences. The definition of a proverb is too difficult to handle, but the essence of a proverb is its ability to express collective wisdom in a simple and memorable form. Also, our Uzbek writer Tosh Muhammad Oğlu Oybek said that proverbs are a unique linguistic means that reflect the inner world, social structure, and cultural values of a people. In other words, he highly values the role of proverbs in shaping national values and the social relationships. In his view, proverbs are linguistic and cultural treasures that reflect the language, history, and the customs of the people. And so, indeed, every nation's folklore contains proverbs dedicated to various topics. For example, proverbs about labor and the livelihood, and so proverbs about family and the society. Proverbs can be about friendship and the human relationships, and about intellectual and moral values, and of course, proverbs also about wedding events. So, we know that customs and rituals are priceless heritage passed down from ancestors to every nation, and most importantly, occupy a unique place in world culture. A ritual can be defined as a gathering held in observance of traditional customs, forming a core part of human life. Alongside this, rituals emerge and develop through human life processes, and they serve to reveal the values and national identity of every nation. One of the great figures in Uzbek literature, the writer Tog'ay Murad, once said, "What makes a nation a whole nation? Its customs." So a nation is its customs, a nation is its traditions inherited from ancestors. So it's true to say that here also that independence also has given us the freedom to practice our ancient customs inherited from our forefathers without restriction. In this regard, the traditions surrounding weddings, a beloved part of Uzbek culture, are not merely occasions of joy and celebration. Rather, they represent a set of religious practices observed for centuries with specific purposes. A wedding which evolved based on humanity's intellectual, natural, moral, and the legal needs and the requirements has passed through lengthy stages of historical development, remaining intact to this day as a unique life event within our spiritual values, and is expected to persist into the future. So it's worth noting that Uzbek wedding events are closely intertwined with our people's rich culture and the customs. Each wedding is not only a significant event for a family or a society, but also a reflection of national values, customs, moral standards. From this perspective, proverbs related to wedding rituals embody our people's centuries old life experiences, culture, and human relations. Here, proverbs about Uzbek brides. So the Uzbek proverb here, "Kelinni kelganda ko'r, sepini yoyganda ko'r." And here, of course, the translation of this proverb, it's not an equivalent. So look at the bride when she arrives, look at her dowry when it's displayed. So the Uzbek proverb, it's originated from the tradition of unveiling the bride's dowry after the wedding ceremony. And also, Uzbek linguist Nazira Kurbanazarova notes in her dissertation like that, the dowry includes gifts which the bride brings. Traditionally, the dowry contained items handcrafted by the bride herself. This included various ornaments and embroidery, handkerchiefs, and caps sewn for the young children, and the knitted socks, like these things, and the quilted vests and the robes. The main purpose of the dowry was to demonstrate, shows as a skill and craftsmanship of the new bride to the community. And proverbs are like, look at the bride when she arrives, look at her dowry when it's displayed, and maybe a bride with a dowry, a bride with a skill reflect these customs. And our next proverb about brides, "Kelinning keldisi yaxshi, to'yning bo'ldisi yaxshi." The bride's arrival is a joyful, of course. The wedding's ending is more cheerful. This proverb suggests that for the bride, the beginning of the wedding, when she joins a new family, It's a memorable and important moment as everyone eagerly welcomes her with respect. However, the process of organizing the wedding, it requires significant effort and expense, so its ending brings relief to those involved. Thus, the proverb combines excitement for the new beginning with a reminder of practical challenges, encouraging patience in various situations. And our next proverbs about the bride and the groom. Kuyovga qarab, kuyov bo'l. Be a groom by observing the groom. So in a wedding, the groom's behavior and the manners are closely observed. And so this proverb emphasizes the cultural and the moral standards expected of the groom. Linguistically, the word groom reflects Uzbek ideals of respect, responsibility placed upon in a society. So here the groom is expected to be responsible, respectful, and a role model in his future family. And the next proverb, qiz bola elniki. A daughter belongs to the community. It means in Uzbek culture, a girl's marriage where she joins another family as a bride holds great social significance. The proverb, a daughter belongs to the community, emphasizes here the importance of a girl's family upbringing as she becomes part of another family and will display the values instilled in her. And this proverb reflects family values, we can say parental upbringing, and the responsibility of future generations. And the last one is o'g'ilning to'yi o'yin, qizning to'yi qiyin. A son's wedding is a joy, a daughter's wedding is a burden. This proverb reflects the different characteristics and the responsibilities of weddings for sons and the daughters. A son's wedding is generally, we can say, easier and more joyful as he stays in his parents' home and begins married life with them close by. Daughter's wedding, however, is more challenging, and it carries greater responsibility because she leaves her home to join another household, we can say, and where she must adjust to a new environment and take on the new duties, responsibilities. So it can be more difficult for our brides, daughters. And the proverb underscores that each type of wedding has its unique challenges and responsibilities. So next, about happiness and admiration. So, toy bolsan, topalon bolsan. Let there be a wedding, let there be a noise. Okay, the proverb here expresses the lively and the joyous nature of Uzbek weddings. Here's the word noise is not used in negative sense, but rather indicates the people's desire to conduct wedding ceremonies with happiness. So Uzbek weddings are usually filled with music, songs, and the dances, which also reflect the people's hospitality and the openness. You can remember yesterday we also performed a small part of this dance. Yeah? And so, linguistically, the word topalon, which is noise, also captures national characteristics, symbolizing the people's strong emotional connection to weddings. And so, next proverb, toy ko'rgan toy qilar. One who has seen a wedding will host a wedding. This proverb reflects the transmission of past weddings and the traditions to future generations. In the Uzbek culture, we can say attending weddings, learning their customs, later applying the same methods when organizing one's children's weddings is considered an integral part of life. Linguistically and culturally, this proverb symbolizes a connection between family and a society and the continuity of generations. And about advice for celebrations, here Proverbs. So, to'yga borsang, to'yib bor, toy toningni kiyib bor. Go to a wedding well fed and dress it in your best. So here, this proverb serves as advice, suggesting that one shouldn't attend someone's celebration overly hungry, as each person's circumstances can be vary, and some weddings may be lavish and abundant, while others may be modest. So when Uzbek people hold a wedding, relatives, neighbors, and the whole community come together. And there may be not enough cutlery or teacups, like these things, for all guests. And thus, the proverb, go to a wedding well fed, is widely known in our Uzbek culture. And the second part, dress in your best for the wedding, implies that wearing clean and festive clothing to such a joyful gathering shows respect both for oneself and the others also. And next proverb, toy saltawa bilan toy bitar. With the momentum of the wedding will be completed. This proverb also implies that all the tasks related to the wedding will be completed as part of the event itself. For example, the wedding serves as a reason for the household to repair and prepare something and sew new bedding and tidy up the gardens, shopping for the wedding, and short all the major tasks that need to be done and completed by the wedding date. And this proverb serves to encourage the family to hold the wedding, reminding them that everything will fall into place. And the last proverb here, sirak elak kunda kerek, paxta elak toyda kerek. A sieve for daily needs, a cotton sieve for weddings. Here, this proverb reflects the idea that each stage of life comes with its unique responsibilities and the concerns. At a wedding, there are impressive celebrations and significant responsibilities, while in a daily life, there are simpler tasks and smaller worries. The proverb conveys that each matter has its tasks, none of which are necessarily easy. And so, next, about preparation. Toylikning toycha tashvishi bor, uylikning uycha tashvishi bor. A wedding has a wedding-sized worries. A home has a home-sized worries. Here, it reflects the idea that each stage of life comes with okay. So it's unique responsibilities about concerns. And so here also this proverb conveys that each matter has its tasks and this kind of things. And so toy ginasiz bolmas. It means there is no wedding without trouble. So it means this proverb acknowledges that in a large gatherings, it can be difficult to please everyone. And so, inevitably, someone may feel that they were not given enough attention and they may hold a small grudge, like these things. This proverb points to the diversity of opinions and emotions among people and suggests the natural and the passionate attitude towards such kind of situations. And cultural features of proverbs related to Uzbek weddings. So proverbs as a living expression of language reflect the worldview, beliefs, and customs of a people. And the proverbs related to Uzbek weddings demonstrate the interconnection between culture, society, and the language. So linguistically, proverbs are concise and precise expressions with broad semantic meaning. For instance, the concept of a wedding in Uzbek culture signifies not only a marriage ritual, but also an event that strengthens bonds between people and unifies society. And the words frequently found in these proverbs like groom and bride and the celebration embodies a traditional attitude of the people toward wedding events. Culturally, proverbs about Uzbek weddings vividly display their customs, social values, family relationships of the people. For example, the role of the daughter in the family and the society, the responsibility of the groom, and the celebratory nature of wedding events are portrayed as integral part of the culture. These proverbs also reflect the social qualities of the Uzbek people, such as hospitality, generosity, and unity. And proverbs related to Uzbek wedding events encapsulate the rich cultural heritage, customs, and the life experiences of the people. They reveal the linguistic richness, spiritual values, and the cultural traditions of the nation. Through these proverbs, we gain insight into the people's views on a family, wedding ceremonies, and the society, as well as the continuity of generation and the enduring nature of traditions as well. These proverbs are unique linguistic tools that reflect the national identity, worldview, and attitudes of the people toward the life and the family relationships. That's all. Thank you for your attention. And there is a video. Yeah. And here a video about Uzbek weddings also. You can watch and enjoy. It's called the Lazgi dance, which my teacher explained. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this interesting presentation. So, does anyone have a wedding question? No. Proposals? No. I have a question. I have two questions, actually. One question regards on the ritual itself. I'm wondering how much of traditional weddings are still performed in nowadays times. So in this really strict traditional form, is it often or not? Is it revived or it is actually continuation of tradition? The other question I would like to ask you is all these proverbs that you have showed us, are they used in everyday life also, not only about a wedding, so the topic of the talk is not a wedding, but I don't know, business or I don't know, household or anything that you could just transport there the meaning of the proverb. So, thank you.
Okay, so I can say this kind of proverbs not only used in our daily life, not in every day, but only during the wedding parties, events, but something happens. Oh, don't worry. when, let's say, we can use this kind of proverbs in order to avoid, let's say, upset or something happened. We can use this kind of proverbs, not every day.
So if there is a proverb, let there be wedding, let there be noise, for example, it couldn't be used, I don't know, for our conference, metaphorically.
Yeah.
What about the ritual?
Ritual, and if I understand you well, so I can say in rituals nowadays in Uzbekistan, in each part of our country, they are not similar about wedding events, and each region has its own ritual in order to celebrate this kind of weddings. For example, maybe next time we can show you our Horizon, our national wedding party by video. So I can say they are not similar. They have a different kind of rules, traditions, so like this.
But are they still performed traditionally, or they are revived? No, it was okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that wonderful talk. I don't have a question, but I want to make a comment. I don't think there's anything nicer for any one of us to bring two wonderful students to a conference and to see them excel and entertain us intellectually and personally in such a wonderful way as the two of you have just done. So I would assume, Nargisa, that you must be extremely proud of Didora and Savara. And I think on behalf of all of us, I want to thank the three of you for this highlight of our conference. And do well, and congratulations, and continue with what you're doing.
Thank you, Leda. Thank you. We're also very happy to see you here and to participate in this kind of international conference. And I also to say that thanks to my teacher also. Thank you.
Okay, so now it is time for diplomas, and then it is time for lunch. Thank you.
Is only to tell you that
Sueño con volver al azul del cielo y del mar. Tantos recuerdos que forman parte del camino que hemos recorrido. Mis pasos se convierten cada vez más en un vuelo sobre el pavimento de esta tierra que es mía. Mis hombros están más ligeros, despojados de la rutina diaria. Una maravilla constante en lo que veo y reviso, que despierta mi mirada a las diferencias y contrastes. Las mañanas descubren la sonrisa que a veces oculto. Abrazamos el día y encontramos a la gente de nuestra tierra, mar adentro, llena de vida. Perdemos la memoria de las rutinas. Recorremos las calles de la mano, intercambiando miradas y sonrisas, destellos de luz y simpatía. Quiero cansarme en este verde intenso, entre la arena y el agua, con los pies en la sal de esta tierra y este mar, en la dulzura de este río. Abrigarme con un manto de cultura y tradición. Hay un lugar que nos espera, como un templo, un castillo, donde nuestros cuerpos se revitalizan. Sonidos, colores, aromas, texturas, en un mezclado de fantasía y realidad que me provoca sensaciones únicas. Cuando recuerdo las esquinas que ya hemos doblado, imagino cuánto hemos crecido y vivido. Entre las partidas y llegadas, vivimos la nostalgia del regreso. Tavira es así. Cuando elegimos ser nosotros mismos, el viaje a través del tiempo nunca se detiene. Elijo Tavira.
Sonho voltar ao azul do céu e do mar. Tantas memórias que fazem parte do caminho que percorremos. Os meus passos são cada vez mais um voo sobre a calçada desta terra que é minha. Os meus ombros estão mais leves, despidos de cotidiano. Um espanto permanente no que vejo e revejo, que desperta o meu olhar para as diferenças e os contrastes. As manhãs descobrem o sorriso que às vezes escondo. Abraçamos o dia e encontramos as gentes da nossa terra. Mar adentro, cheias de vida. Perdemos a memória das rotinas. Desbravamos as ruas de mãos dadas, a trocar olhares e sorrisos. Rasgos de luz e simpatia. pelo verde intenso, entre a areia e a água, com os pés no sal desta terra e deste mar, na doçura deste rio. Agasalhar-me num manto de cultura e tradição. Há um lugar à nossa espera, como um templo, um castelo, onde os nossos corpos se revitalizam. Sons, cores, aromas, texturas, num misto de fantasia e de realidade que me provoca sensações únicas. Quando recordo as esquinas que já dobramos, imagino o quanto crescemos e vivemos. Entre as partidas e as chegadas, vivemos a nostalgia do regresso. Tavira é assim. Quando escolhemos ser nós próprios, a viagem pelo tempo nunca para. Eu escolho Tavira.
Sueño con volver al azul del cielo y del mar. Tantos recuerdos que forman parte del camino que hemos recorrido. Mis pasos se convierten cada vez más en un vuelo sobre el pavimento de esta tierra que es mía. Mis hombros están más ligeros, despojados de la rutina diaria. Una maravilla constante en lo que veo y reviso, que despierta mi mirada a las diferencias y contrastes. Las mañanas descubren la sonrisa que a veces oculto. Abrazamos el día y encontramos a la gente de nuestra tierra, mar adentro, llena de vida. Perdemos la memoria de las rutinas. Recorremos las calles de la mano, intercambiando miradas y sonrisas, destellos de luz y simpatía. Quiero cansarme en este verde intenso, entre la arena y el agua, con los pies en la sal de esta tierra y este mar, en la dulzura de este río. Abrigarme con un manto de cultura y tradición. Hay un lugar que nos espera, como un templo, un castillo, donde nuestros cuerpos se revitalizan. Sonidos, colores, aromas, texturas, en un mezclado de fantasía y realidad que me provoca sensaciones únicas. Cuando recuerdo las esquinas que ya hemos doblado, imagino cuánto hemos crecido y vivido. Entre las partidas y llegadas, vivimos la nostalgia del regreso. Tavira es así. Cuando elegimos ser nosotros mismos, el viaje a través del tiempo nunca se detiene. Elijo Tavira.
Sonho voltar ao azul do céu e do mar. Tantas memórias que fazem parte do caminho que percorremos. Os meus passos são cada vez mais um voo sobre a calçada desta terra que é minha. Os meus ombros estão mais leves, despidos de cotidiano. Um espanto permanente no que vejo e revejo, que desperta o meu olhar para as diferenças e os contrastes. As manhãs descobrem o sorriso que às vezes escondo. Abraçamos o dia e encontramos as gentes da nossa terra. Mar adentro, cheias de vida. Perdemos a memória das rotinas. Desbravamos as ruas de mãos dadas, a trocar olhares e sorrisos. Rasgos de luz e simpatia. Quero cansar-me pelo verde intenso, entre a areia e a água, com os pés no sal desta terra e deste mar, na doçura deste rio. Agasalhar-me num manto de cultura e tradição. Há um lugar à nossa espera, como um templo, um castelo, onde os nossos corpos se revitalizam. Sons, cores, aromas, texturas, num misto de fantasia e de realidade que me provoca sensações únicas. Quando recordo as esquinas que já dobramos, imagino o quanto crescemos e vivemos. Entre as partidas e as chegadas, vivemos a nostalgia do regresso. Tavira é assim. Quando escolhemos ser nós próprios, a viagem pelo tempo nunca para. Eu escolho Tavira.
Sueño con volver al azul del cielo y del mar. Tantos recuerdos que forman parte del camino que hemos recorrido. Mis pasos se convierten cada vez más en un vuelo sobre el pavimento de esta tierra que es mía. Mis hombros están más ligeros, despojados de la rutina diaria. Una maravilla constante en lo que veo y reviso, que despierta mi mirada a las diferencias y contrastes. Las mañanas descubren la sonrisa que a veces oculto. Abrazamos el día y encontramos a la gente de nuestra tierra. Mar adentro, llena de vida. Perdemos la memoria de las rutinas. Recorremos las calles de la mano, intercambiando miradas y sonrisas, destellos de luz y simpatía. Quiero cansarme en este verde intenso, entre la arena y el agua, con los pies en la sal de esta tierra y este mar, en la dulzura de este río. Abrigarme con un manto de cultura y tradición. Hay un lugar que nos espera, como un templo, un castillo, donde nuestros cuerpos se revitalizan. Sonidos, colores, aromas, texturas, en un mezclado de fantasía y realidad que me provoca sensaciones únicas. Cuando recuerdo las esquinas que ya hemos doblado, imagino cuánto hemos crecido y vivido. Entre las partidas y llegadas, vivimos la nostalgia del regreso. Tavira es así. Cuando elegimos ser nosotros mismos, el viaje a través del tiempo nunca se detiene. Elijo Tavira.
Sonho voltar ao azul do céu e do mar. Tantas memórias que fazem parte do caminho que percorremos. Os meus passos são cada vez mais um voo sobre a calçada desta terra que é minha. Os meus ombros estão mais leves, despidos de cotidiano. Um espanto permanente no que vejo e revejo, que desperta o meu olhar para as diferenças e os contrastes. As manhãs descobrem o sorriso que às vezes escondo. Abraçamos o dia e encontramos as gentes da nossa terra. Mar adentro, cheias de vida. Perdemos a memória das rotinas. Desbravamos as ruas de mãos dadas, a trocar olhares e sorrisos. Rasgos de luz e simpatia. Cansar-me pelo verde intenso, entre a areia e a água, com os pés no sal desta terra e deste mar, na doçura deste rio. Agasalhar-me no manto de cultura e tradição. Há um lugar à nossa espera, como um templo, um castelo, onde os nossos corpos se revitalizam. Sons, cores, aromas, texturas, num misto de fantasia e de realidade que me provoca sensações únicas. Quando recordo as esquinas que já dobramos, imagino o quanto crescemos e vivemos. Entre as partidas e as chegadas, vivemos a nostalgia do regresso. Tavira é assim. Quando escolhemos ser nós próprios, a viagem pelo tempo nunca para. Eu escolho Tavira.
Sueño con volver al azul del cielo y del mar. Tantos recuerdos que forman parte del camino que hemos recorrido. Mis pasos se convierten cada vez más en un vuelo sobre el pavimento de esta tierra que es mía. Mis hombros están más ligeros, despojados de la rutina diaria. Una maravilla constante en lo que veo y reviso, que despierta mi mirada a las diferencias y contrastes. Las mañanas descubren la sonrisa que a veces oculto. Abrazamos el día y encontramos a la gente de nuestra tierra. Mar adentro, llena de vida. Perdemos la memoria de las rutinas. Recorremos las calles de la mano, intercambiando miradas y sonrisas, destellos de luz y simpatía. Quiero cansarme en este verde intenso, entre la arena y el agua, con los pies en la sal de esta tierra y este mar, en la dulzura de este río. Abrigarme con un manto de cultura y tradición. Hay un lugar que nos espera, como un templo, un castillo, donde nuestros cuerpos se revitalizan. Sonidos, colores, aromas, texturas, en un mezclado de fantasía y realidad que me provoca sensaciones únicas. Cuando recuerdo las esquinas que ya hemos doblado, imagino cuánto hemos crecido y vivido. Entre las partidas y llegadas, vivimos la nostalgia del regreso. Tavira es así. Cuando elegimos ser nosotros mismos, el viaje a través del tiempo nunca se detiene. Elijo Tavira.
Sonho voltar ao azul do céu e do mar. Tantas memórias que fazem parte do caminho que percorremos. Os meus passos são cada vez mais um voo sobre a calçada desta terra que é minha. Os meus ombros estão mais leves, despidos de cotidiano. Um espanto permanente no que vejo e revejo, que desperta o meu olhar para as diferenças e os contrastes. As manhãs descobrem o sorriso que às vezes escondo. Abraçamos o dia e encontramos as gentes da nossa terra. Mar adentro, cheias de vida. Perdemos a memória das rotinas. Desbravamos as ruas de mãos dadas, a trocar olhares e sorrisos. Rasgos de luz e simpatia. cansar-me pelo verde intenso, entre a areia e a água, com os pés no sal desta terra e deste mar, na doçura deste rio. Agasalhar-me no manto de cultura e tradição. Há um lugar à nossa espera, como um templo, um castelo, onde os nossos corpos se revitalizam. Sons, cores, aromas, texturas, num misto de fantasia e de realidade que me provoca sensações únicas. Quando recordo as esquinas que já dobramos, imagino o quanto crescemos e vivemos. Entre as partidas e as chegadas, vivemos a nostalgia do regresso. Tavira é assim. Quando escolhemos ser nós próprios, a viagem pelo tempo nunca para. Eu escolho Tavira.
Sueño con volver al azul del cielo y del mar. Tantos recuerdos que forman parte del camino que hemos recorrido. Mis pasos se convierten cada vez más en un vuelo sobre el pavimento de esta tierra que es mía. Mis hombros están más ligeros, despojados de la rutina diaria. Una maravilla constante en lo que veo y reviso, que despierta mi mirada a las diferencias y contrastes. Las mañanas descubren la sonrisa que a veces oculto. Abrazamos el día y encontramos a la gente de nuestra tierra, mar adentro, llena de vida. Perdemos la memoria de las rutinas. Recorremos las calles de la mano, intercambiando miradas y sonrisas, destellos de luz y simpatía. Quiero cansarme en este verde intenso, entre la arena y el agua, con los pies en la sal de esta tierra y este mar, en la dulzura de este río. Abrigarme con un manto de cultura y tradición. Hay un lugar que nos espera, como un templo, un castillo, donde nuestros cuerpos se revitalizan. Sonidos, colores, aromas, texturas, en un mezclado de fantasía y realidad que me provoca sensaciones únicas. Cuando recuerdo las esquinas que ya hemos doblado, imagino cuánto hemos crecido y vivido. Entre las partidas y llegadas, vivimos la nostalgia del regreso. Tavira es así. Cuando elegimos ser nosotros mismos, el viaje a través del tiempo nunca se detiene. Elijo Tavira.
Sonho voltar ao azul do céu e do mar. Tantas memórias que fazem parte do caminho que percorremos. Os meus passos são cada vez mais um voo sobre a calçada desta terra que é minha. Os meus ombros estão mais leves, despidos do cotidiano. Um espanto permanente no que vejo e revejo, que desperta o meu olhar para as diferenças e os contrastes. As manhãs descobrem o sorriso que às vezes escondo. Abraçamos o dia e encontramos as gentes da nossa terra. Mar adentro, cheias de vida. Perdemos a memória das rotinas. Desbravamos as ruas de mãos dadas, a trocar olhares e sorrisos. Rasgos de luz e simpatia. passar-me pelo verde intenso, entre a areia e a água, com os pés no sal desta terra e deste mar, na doçura deste rio. Agasalhar-me num manto de cultura e tradição. Há um lugar à nossa espera, como um templo, um castelo, onde os nossos corpos se revitalizam. Sons, cores, aromas, texturas, num misto de fantasia e de realidade que me provoca sensações únicas. Quando recordo as esquinas que já dobramos, imagino o quanto crescemos e vivemos. Entre as partidas e as chegadas, vivemos a nostalgia do regresso. Tavira é assim. Quando escolhemos ser nós próprios, a viagem pelo tempo nunca para. Eu escolho Tavira.
Sueño con volver al azul del cielo y del mar. Tantos recuerdos que forman parte del camino que hemos recorrido. Mis pasos se convierten cada vez más en un vuelo sobre el pavimento de esta tierra que es mía. Mis hombros están más ligeros, despojados de la rutina diaria. Una maravilla constante en lo que veo y reviso, que despierta mi mirada a las diferencias y contrastes. Las mañanas descubren la sonrisa que a veces oculto. Abrazamos el día y encontramos a la gente de nuestra tierra, mar adentro, llena de vida. Perdemos la memoria de las rutinas. Recorremos las calles de la mano, intercambiando miradas y sonrisas, destellos de luz y simpatía. Quiero cansarme en este verde intenso, entre la arena y el agua, con los pies en la sal de esta tierra y este mar, en la dulzura de este río. Abrigarme con un manto de cultura y tradición. Hay un lugar que nos espera, como un templo, un castillo, donde nuestros cuerpos se revitalizan. Sonidos, colores, aromas, texturas, en un mezclado de fantasía y realidad que me provoca sensaciones únicas. Cuando recuerdo las esquinas que ya hemos doblado, imagino cuánto hemos crecido y vivido. Entre las partidas y llegadas, vivimos la nostalgia del regreso. Tavira es así. Cuando elegimos ser nosotros mismos, el viaje a través del tiempo nunca se detiene. Elijo Tavira.
Sonho voltar ao azul do céu e do mar. Tantas memórias que fazem parte do caminho que percorremos. Os meus passos são cada vez mais um voo sobre a calçada desta terra que é minha. Os meus ombros estão mais leves, despidos de cotidiano. Um espanto permanente no que vejo e revejo, que desperta o meu olhar para as diferenças e os contrastes. As manhãs descobrem o sorriso que às vezes escondo. Abraçamos o dia e encontramos as gentes da nossa terra. Mar adentro, cheias de vida. Perdemos a memória das rotinas. Desbravamos as ruas de mãos dadas, a trocar olhares e sorrisos. Rasgos de luz e simpatia. descansar-me pelo verde intenso, entre a areia e a água, com os pés no sal desta terra e deste mar, na doçura deste rio. Agasalhar-me num manto de cultura e tradição. Há um lugar à nossa espera, como um templo, um castelo, onde os nossos corpos se revitalizam. Sons, cores, aromas, texturas, num misto de fantasia e de realidade que me provoca sensações únicas. Quando recordo as esquinas que já dobramos, imagino o quanto crescemos e vivemos. Entre as partidas e as chegadas, vivemos a nostalgia do regresso. Tavira é assim. Quando escolhemos ser nós próprios, a viagem pelo tempo nunca para. Eu escolho Tavira.
Sueño con volver al azul del cielo y del mar. Tantos recuerdos que forman parte del camino que hemos recorrido. Mis pasos se convierten cada vez más en un vuelo sobre el pavimento de esta tierra que es mía. Mis hombros están más ligeros, despojados de la rutina diaria. Una maravilla constante en lo que veo y reviso, que despierta mi mirada a las diferencias y contrastes. Las mañanas descubren la sonrisa que a veces oculto. Abrazamos el día y encontramos a la gente de nuestra tierra. Mar adentro, llena de vida. Perdemos la memoria de las rutinas. Recorremos las calles de la mano, intercambiando miradas y sonrisas, destellos de luz y simpatía. Quiero cansarme en este verde intenso, entre la arena y el agua, con los pies en la sal de esta tierra y este mar, en la dulzura de este río. Abrigarme con un manto de cultura y tradición. Hay un lugar que nos espera, como un templo, un castillo, donde nuestros cuerpos se revitalizan. Sonidos, colores, aromas, texturas, en un mezclado de fantasía y realidad que me provoca sensaciones únicas. Cuando recuerdo las esquinas que ya hemos doblado, imagino cuánto hemos crecido y vivido. Entre las partidas y llegadas, vivimos la nostalgia del regreso. Tavira es así. Cuando elegimos ser nosotros mismos, el viaje a través del tiempo nunca se detiene. Elijo Tavira.
Sonho voltar ao azul do céu e do mar. Tantas memórias que fazem parte do caminho que percorremos. Os meus passos são cada vez mais um voo sobre a calçada desta terra que é minha. Os meus ombros estão mais leves, despidos de cotidiano. Um espanto permanente no que vejo e revejo, que desperta o meu olhar para as diferenças e os contrastes. As manhãs descobrem o sorriso que às vezes escondo.
Hello?
Abraçamos o dia e encontramos as gentes da nossa terra. Mar adentro, cheias de vida. Perdemos a memória das rotinas. Desbravamos as ruas de mãos dadas, a trocar olhares e sorrisos. Rasgos de luz e simpatia. cansar-me pelo verde intenso, entre a areia e a água, com os pés no sal desta terra e deste mar, na doçura deste rio. Agasalhar-me no manto de cultura e tradição. Há um lugar à nossa espera, como um templo, um castelo, onde os nossos corpos se revitalizam. Sons, cores, aromas, texturas, num misto de fantasia e de realidade que me provoca sensações únicas. Quando recordo as esquinas que já dobramos, imagino o quanto crescemos e vivemos. Entre as partidas e as chegadas, vivemos a nostalgia do regresso. Tavira é assim. Quando escolhemos ser nós próprios, a viagem pelo tempo nunca para. Eu escolho Tavira.
Hello. Yeah, good afternoon. I thought some of us are not coming. You wanted to miss this interesting presentation. Please be seated. It's time to start the game. For those who are not here, they will be regretting why they didn't come in time. But for those of us who are here, we always say the early bird eats the early worm. Okay. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, please, we are giving the floor to Marius Volontier from the John Paul II Catholic University of Lublin in Poland. I've never been there, but I would like to be there one day. And he is here to give us this nice talk about Hope's Dies Last, Proverbs of the Depressed, validation of the proverb scale of pessimism and optimism. Marius, the floor is yours. We're giving you 30 minutes. Give us what we don't know.
Proverbs and the body. So then I thought, okay, if all roads lead to Tavira, and Tavira is heart of paremiology, so then this heart is beating in the rhythms of Colloquia. And I'm glad that I'm part of it. I'm so glad to meet you at these annual meetings. Okay, so first I tell you why this topic, because I wanted to start with a new thing, but then I asked myself, should I start with some innovation or rethink the previous idea and to offer something for you. And I would like to invite you, if you find this idea that I'm going to present interesting, to join me and to make a comparative study. Because I'm a psychologist, I'm from the chair of emotional motivation psychology, and psychology is applicative discipline. So I wanted to make Proverbs improve the quality of life. So I have created a test, a questionnaire based on metaphoric proverbs, and I wanted to make it intercultural, comparative study, and to create something similar with optimistic and pessimistic proverbs, which I'm going to present now. Okay, so the plan for this meeting will be that at first I will tell you a little bit about the background, the theoretical assumptions, and then present briefly two-wave study that gave me evidence that proverb is a good idea, also in diagnosis, in understanding human thoughts, in proverb thinking, in mental mindsets, and I'm going to briefly present it, and then finish with some conclusions. So try to listen to it. If you got interesting, then let's try maybe to figure out something after that. So I'm a psychologist. Sometimes I'm dealing with persons with problems, affective disorders. And sometimes I have heard they use proverbs or proverb-like statements, metaphors, describing them. And even me, I use them like anti-proverb to help them. So I saw that depression is related with culture, with language, with proverbs. That's the link that is a main idea of my presentation, my research that I have started 3 years ago. And of course, the problem is the depression. It's affective disorders that really affect us massively. And 10% of Europeans suffer from depression, and it will be even the main disease in 2030. So then I think, okay, let's use proverbs. Let's look for new perspectives, new approaches to this problem of mental diseases. And so many people are refractory to present strategies, so I think we have to figure out maybe something new. Metaphors in therapy is nothing new, but proverbs, and my colleagues, they are very reluctant. Okay, come on with these proverbs. Proverbs, you don't know really what people understand when they use proverbs. They are very pessimistic about this. So I wanted to address this issue. And the main questions that I ask, and they are underlying my idea, is how can proverb thinking contribute to diagnosis and also therapy of depressiveness? And I introduced a new concept of paremioscript, mental scripts, cognitive mental aspects of our cognition, our functioning. I put in proverb-like narrative. And then how to measure it, how to measure mental states, these mindsets of people with affective disorders, be it optimistic or pessimistic. So we talked a lot about definitions of proverbs. So just the very short, that proverb is the child of experience. I really liked it. And what I'm going to talk about as psychologist is also experience. Emotions, with Damien, thoughts related when people are depressed, yes? Because they function like a collective like a program in the mind, like mantras. And we hear them around. As Polish, we are a culture of complaining. Yeah, it's our discipline. It's our discipline. Yeah, we complain about politics or now about, yeah. I think also Americans can complain about the results, yeah, but we are really the best ones in Europe, yeah, Polish. And why? No, because we have these trends, these common expressions around us. And when I read books by professor, also these examples of Benjamin Franklin, Adolf Hitler in Mein Kampf, they are so powerful. And I like this sentence: to know the language of power, it's good to know the power of language. Yeah? To know the power of language, it's good to know the language of power, which are Proverbs. Very powerful. So why not implement them in therapy? So the idea of application of Proverbs come from the functions that they have. And there are many more functions, just briefly, that they are about experience, that they are transmitted. They have this unknown author. It's not easy to question them. Yeah, so powerful. And one of the theories about personality is that our personality is internal dialogue. Narrative psychology says that we have like a polyphony inside, that we have dialogues inside. So we use expressions, narratives, yeah? These auto-instructions, these ready-to-use solutions. And they can be in line to be optimistic or pessimistic. I just have chosen one of these dimensions, but there are much more complex image of what's going on in our head. And people conceptualize their behavior. It's about this figurative language. Lakoff and Johnson has written the book Metaphors We Live By. But we might also say Proverbs we live by. Not maybe to say it that everything is explained by Proverbs, but by my experience as a psychologist, I experienced they really work like that. And to do long run change, sometimes we find a powerful anti-proverb, which will reconstruct the mindset. Now let's see every cloud have a silver ceiling. Let's find this ceiling. Yeah. Or everybody has a giant inside. And let's find this. Okay, and then I could use the definition of pessimism, optimism, but you know what is this? Yeah, it's hope. It's expecting success. It's seeing the future as something good. And that's the key indicator of depressiveness, this scale of optimism, pessimism. We can even measure our attitude, to what extent we are positive or pessimist, fatalist. It comes from Leibniz optimism. He said that this world is the best of possible worlds. It's optimism. This is the best option. And I found about 40 proverbs. I analyzed about 8 anthologies, 8 collections of proverbs from Polish literature, and tried to find out the semantic close to pessimism and optimism. So after the storm comes the calm. The darkest hour is before the dawn. Every cloud has a silver lining. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, and so on and so forth. Yeah, quite optimistic. Yeah, and people believe it, so they are very proactive because of such attitude. So I found 20 for pessimism and 20 for optimism. I think that you would find the same in your languages, your language cultures, be it Czech or whatever, Russian. So, and then to make it clear, I needed a new concept, a new word to put my idea, and I have written about this Provérbios script, how I understand it, that it's a proverb-like record of ready-to-use solutions. I think if we know the main proverb-like narratives that we have in our head, we know the person. Sometimes we express it. Sometimes we see this person is like that. But these are like ready-to-use solutions. And Provérbios scripts also refer to mental and aim-oriented courses of action. They have an aim, they have a value, they guide me, they are prescriptive. And they are also value-loaded. That's why they can motivate me. They are accredited by custom, that's why they are transmitted, that's why they are so common and familiar for us. And imagine the family. Yeah? If the child is all the time listening something optimistic, then it carries these good resources in life. And also the Provérbios script is specific for cultural groups. Each group, I expect, has particular features, or at least this dimension is expressed in this particular cultural way. And this is a set of expected behaviors, what I think is also reflected in our behaviors. Finally, we can use this repeated mental DNA. Yeah? And then the plan of my study consisted of two phases. At first, I wanted to answer the question, do we differentiate optimistic and pessimistic proverbs? So I asked people on the scale to what extent it refers or it's up to date to you based on your experience. And I also measured the level of depressiveness. And then I correlated how they assess optimistic, pessimistic proverbs and correlated with the level of depressiveness, which is psychological scale. That was the first. In the second study, I wanted to see how this Provérbios script works. Do we have these Provérbios scripts? Do we recognize them? Do they correlate with other scales referring to optimism, pessimism? So I checked validity of this concept of optimism, pessimism in Proverbs. So in the second part, I will present you a little bit this methodology, how I checked, because quality is quantity. In humanities, it's not easy sometimes to prove. But I wanted to measure it, to give evidence, to give numbers, statistics, which is not easy to operationalize this phenomenon of proverb thinking. But assuming that we are rational and we know what we mean, being optimistic, pessimistic, I expected that also it will happen in figurative language of metaphoric proverbs. Most of the tests are literal, for instance, about depressiveness. The scale, based on proverbs, is a challenge because we don't know how people understand it. You know it. Yeah, the context is a so important aspect about contradicting proverbs. Yeah, they are not contradicting. They are simply, the context makes them not contradicting. But if we just take from the context, then, for instance, in Polish we have that the work is sweet and the work is salt. Yeah, so sweet and salt. What's going on? Yeah, sweet or salt? Yeah, depending. Building this tool and making a two-wave study, I proved that it's good direction. I will present the results of the validity testing and also some challenges at the end. So the methodology was to test this new proverb scale of depressiveness based on automatic thoughts reflected in optimistic and pessimistic proverbs, and in that way to introduce paremiology in clinical psychology. There are some tests in psychology, like Gorham test. Also Damien have mentioned about dementia, to diagnose schizophrenia, also the development of abstract thinking by children. That was contradicting even to the theory of psychology because children were able to understand the proverb before the developmental level of abstract thinking. So that was a bit strange, yeah? They don't have basis, but they understand. They pick up this metaphorical meaning. So I think it's open question about understanding proverbs. That's why I didn't want to give up with this paremiology. Even because I'm surrounded with colleagues that do experimental studies. They have a laboratory, fMRI, eye tracking, oculography, all this tool, the numbers matter. But epistemologically, not everything can be measured. So it doesn't say it does not exist because it's not just evidenced by numbers. It is simply not possible to measure it. Like measuring culture. It's not easy to measure culture, it's too complex. And if some of you, like 1-2 people, find it interesting, I have more extensive description in 2 papers. One is in Culture and Psychology, when I described my first question, do we differentiate? Does Proverbs has discriminative power concerning optimism and pessimism? And do they coincide with my experience of being depressive or optimist? And I answered this question. I gave some empirical evidence for that. And the second study, which is in Advances in Cognitive Psychology, published last year, I made the confirmative analysis on the second group to replicate what I did in the first study. It was quite a challenge. It was quite risky what I did, because a lot of effort. But yes, it worked. It worked. I used 4 psychometric tools to check the validity, and it worked. And it's described in these 2 papers. So at first, if you find it interesting, I can send it to you, because I'm not good in saying all this story in 20 minutes. I'm aware that it's just a small outline for that. And in this second part, more boring maybe for you, but more appealing in the science, is checking the validity and to what this phenomena of proverb thinking can be applied to paremiology. And I hypothesized the link of mental states and proverbs. And to answer or to verify this hypothesis, I have done test validity, reliability test. I checked the invariance across age and sex, and use some other psychometric tools. I have built even the mediating model where it will be on the second. On the next slide, I will show you the model of mediating where I wanted to evidence that we are thinking with these Paremio scripts. And in the regression analysis, I evidenced that we understand properly this figurative meaning, these metaphors, because most of these proverbs I used were metaphors. And a very big validity testing by construct validity, incremental validity, predictive validity, and convergent validity. Where I answered the question, does a tool made up of proverbs measure mental states? Okay, so in defense of this proverbs utility, I answered these questions. Is it possible to conceptualize this abstract concept of Paremio script or proverb thinking in optimist and pessimist? And also, I answered the question by construct validity analysis. Does the measure behave like the theory says? If I assume, does it really measure what it should measure? And then in incremental validity, I tried to prove that using the new tool, we can predict more about the mental state using these proverbs compared to other tools that measure the same. We can explain better what's going on in our mind or in the mind of the depressed person. And I used in this incremental validity and predictive validity testing, the commonly used test for Beck depression. It's cognitive approach to measure depressiveness, Beck scale, and also the Scheyer life orientation test, which is about optimism and pessimism. So that was totally separate measure of optimism, pessimism, and depressiveness. Okay, and then the result was that my measure, new measure, and these mentioned tools, they are related, yeah? And also this discriminant validity evidenced that optimism and pessimism measure totally different concepts, yeah, totally different phenomena. Yes? At a time, 5 minutes, okay. Okay, so the question that I asked, to what extent the proverb characterize me with my current experience? So that was the instruction for the test. And then after the factor analysis, I found out that there are two latent dimensions that come from the data, which is optimism and pessimism. And they correlate also with the depressiveness scale. The optimism has negative correlation, and the optimist has the negative correlation with depression by Beck's scale, and pessimism is positively correlated. Yeah. And then also some other statistics. Okay, I maybe skip it. Yeah. Let's go to maybe challenges. Yeah, because the time is short. I confirmed also this model, as I mentioned. Yeah, so it doesn't matter the model fit indicators, it's just pure statistics. And I proved what I have hypothesized in mediating variable analysis. So on the left side, we have optimism and pessimism measured by life orientation test, which is not about Proverbs. That's on the left, optimism and pessimism. Unfortunately, the letters are too small. And on the right side, we have the level of depressiveness. And on the top, there are positive proverbs and negative proverbs. So all the statistic indicators prove that this stage of optimism and pessimism is mediated by these metaphorical expressions, how we assess them, to what extent they characterize me. This metaphorical figurative language. And that's confirmed by this mediating model. And the questionnaire is like 7 proverbs. Yeah, 4 optimistic and 3 pessimistic proverbs. Like, after every night the sun rises, hope dies last. There is nothing bad that wouldn't turn out for good. I have no influence on wind, but it's up to me to set the sails. That was very optimistic also for people. Or if someone is unlucky, nothing can help him. Yeah, very pessimistic. Misfortunes walk in pairs, and the thresholds are too high for my legs. That's Polish proverb. Yeah, I think it's not maybe in other languages, but that was for the Polish sample very pessimistic. Yeah? Okay, so coming to conclusion, yeah? Depression is not in a cultural vacuum. It's in language. It's in Proverbs. Because it's reflected, as I showed, with Proverbs. And we can use them also in psychotherapy because we think with Proverbs. So if we think with Proverbs, we can guide also people using more constructive attitudes with more powerful Proverbs. And then this mediating model, which I checked, also shows the mechanism of proverb thinking in the depressed mind. And what more? Well, we have a new tool. Yeah, now it can be used. It's valid. It's reliable. I'm glad that I accomplished this aim. But now we can do something more if you would like to do something in your language. Yeah. So in case somebody got interested, I can also help. Yeah. I have a methodology. It's just to get a sample of Proverbs and the study in your country. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, at least you've given us, I can say, something to be thinking of. The ups and downs of Proverbs, if I can put it that way. Yeah. There are Proverbs that give you courage, and there are Proverbs that make you feel depressed. But now, I don't know, but let's hear from our colleagues who are down there. Any questions for him? And I know there should be. Please, clever questions, because it's a very good presentation.
Thank you so much. It was very, very interesting. Could you explain a little bit more about therapy with Proverbs, just in practice?
So there are even directions in narrative psychology where metaphors are used, because they are so powerful. Because we process in logogens and imagens, with words but with images, and proverbs are like very concise stories, like images sometimes, that are related with experience. That's why in literal language sometimes it's not easy to touch these parts. But in therapy, which is the problem of experience of childhood, for instance, we need to experience that. And Proverbs open the more experiential field, can conceptualize some aspects of trauma. Yes. So in that sense, I think the proverb can be a way in therapy.
It helps to express...
To put in words. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
To put in words. Because to improve something, you have to conceptualize it. And some metaphorical proverbs can help to do it.
Okay. And just one short.
Sure.
What is in between pessimism and optimism?
What is in between?
Yeah.
Well, I treat it as like a scale, yes? We can measure it. I mean, it's one of the dimensions. Maybe realism? I don't know.
Thank you very much, Mariusz. Dalia, in fact, asked the same question. I want to I will be more insistive. Can you just raise a blanket a little bit and maybe to show some exercises how to use for psychotherapy, how to use that positive proverbs, or what not to use?
Well, that's the continuity of this question, yes. Okay, some clients say, I feel like in a well. But then you can tell, but look up, there is a sun up. So it's not like only darkness. And some proverbs express, it's like an analogy, like a figure.
The frog in the well do not see the big ocean, you mean?
Yes. Yeah. So that's important to know also this language. Yes, to have these metaphors.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mariusz. I have enjoyed reading your article. And, at least in American therapy, there now has been quite a bit of literature where those proverbs that you are mentioning are used in, let's just say, you are being helped with your depression, where they put the positive proverbs up as almost like slogans, where the patient, if you want to call them that, where the patient sees the proverb. There's a silver lining. Every cloud has a silver lining. To give the patient some positive feelings and maybe following it. So there's quite a big literature actually on self-help.
Yeah.
How can we help people who simply have difficulty coming to terms with various life situations? And and as you have shown, I think some of it is actually very helpful. My personal problem sometimes with all those psychological tests like Gorham and all the others that you mentioned, if I take that test, and the one I'm thinking about primarily is Gorham's schizophrenia test, which you know. And, many issues. First of all, a Mexican immigrant to the United States taking that schizophrenia test doesn't even understand the problem.
Yes.
And I don't know, in 1978 I wrote an article against those tests because they bothered me to the point that we were evaluating people for schizophrenia who might not have it. Although Dr. Gorham would always have said, this is only one of a battery of tests, as you know. But the issue, I think, with all psychological tests is that your testee contextualizes the proverb that you list. and you never know how they contextualize it. So at one moment, Proverb X might be positive to me, and if you test me tomorrow, it might be negative, depending on my mental state. So those are a little bit the problems I have, but I love what you're doing. So.
Yeah, I mean, for the first, I think it's about priming. Yeah, priming with optimistic proverbs. I don't want to say proverb-like expressions, narratives. So priming, it makes more familiarity. And the second, yes, for sure, there are contextualized always have to be, but a part of different context, people picked up the meaning, optimism, pessimism, even, yeah. So that was, yes. Mm-hmm.
Well, sorry. I think that's the last question. Yeah, please.
I just want to make a comment about Voltaire. And you said, because he was the ultimate optimist, everything is for the best in the best of all possible worlds. And that was after the Lisbon earthquake. So he was the ultimate optimist, Voltaire.
Okay, I didn't...
Thank you very much for that.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for your comments also. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thanks very much. Colleagues, I think we've been watered down with that excellent presentation, notwithstanding our colleagues from Poland are here to give us more. Our next speaker is Olga Fraszkiewicz. I think I pronounced it well. I don't know. If not, please forgive me for that. But she is also from Poland. And so interesting, when I was looking at this, exploring the cultural richness of Nigerian pidgin proverbs, unveiling traditional beliefs and practices. I'm telling you, we are fast becoming the knowledge city of Proverbs. Look, pidgin, when I saw it, pidgin English, that is where I belong. Seeing my colleague from Poland opening up on this makes my life very, very comfortable here in Tavira. Please, you have the floor. 30 minutes for you to tell us your story.
Okay, so welcome everyone. Today I would like to tell you about exploring the cultural richness of Nigerian Pidgin English proverbs and unveiling traditional beliefs and practices. So maybe starting from what Nigerian Pidgin is. It's widely spoken language in Nigeria with moreover than 120 million of speakers. And it has evolved into Creole language and received Creole status, what means that it already has native speakers. And what was underlined by giving it new name, Niger. And what is more, it's a language which has a big collection of proverbs. And I would like to say a little bit about methodology. I have examined 166 proverbs, which I have found in different blogs, web pages, and which I received from Nigerian Pidgin English speakers. First, I just checked which is purely Nigerian Pidgin proverb and which also occurs in other Nigerian languages. So I selected only those which do not occur in any other languages. And what can I say? That proverbs in Niger are playing significant role. and they are serving as reflection of traditional values, of beliefs and practices, and they are deeply rooted in a Nigerian society. What makes that if we analyze them, we can provide insights into the West African worldview. And they can reflect to morality, marriage, love and friendship. Also reflect to community values and respect for elders, as well as spiritual practices and religion. I didn't want to use all of them, so I will give only examples of each category and then summarize them. So, in terms of morality, as you see, we have Bible way you thief, no fit carry you enter heaven. If passing today for party, go follow them wash plate. If thought promise say go give you chair, ask why in they squat. If you got thief for cement shop, ready to carry load. Not true say frog like to sit on for water, but not be when the water they boil. Another group of proverbs is related to marriage, family, and love. And here we have more. Man can no fit fine, but im mama like him. Woman way they find picking, no they no they wear pants go sleep. It's my favorite one. Wetting one ear here, no go hide from the other one. Ear no sabi keep secret. And here we have ears as a in the meaning of friends. Like you cannot hide anything from your in a close relationship. When he done better for fisherman paddle, they take wave him friends. And the last one, picking way use abgada, take start shakara, go talk wetin go where and when old. And this is the biggest group, which is related to community values. Knowledge now when you know, say, tomatoes na fruit. Wisdom now when you nor use for fruit salad. Frog way no they hear word go follow wizard, they dance. Goat way one leg they pain no they look for trouble. If passing today for party, go follow them wash plate. Masquerade way no dance for house, no they go dance for king place. Them no they carry water for mouth, they blow fire. The same thief dog they use play with him owner, na him they use bite. The Tory way corn they tell fire, go and when corn don't roast finish. Kenya they 2 hours ahead of Nigeria, no means say Nigeria is late. So in the conclusion, I would like to sum up it a little bit, that Nigerian pidgin proverbs underline the importance of individual agency and leadership in Nigerian society. What is more, they emphasize the importance of community and relationships within Nigerian culture. Further, they serve as a means of encapsulating the cultural collective knowledge and wisdom, and they serve as a guidance and moral instruction for individuals within the society. And thank you.
Really, you've made my day.
Thank you.
Look, it's so impressive. What was just said here a few days ago is coming to light. You know, Tavira is bringing together everybody. And let's keep this up, because it's not easy. When I heard her pronounce those words, I'm from West Africa. That is what we speak back home. Pidgin English. It came up when the slave trade was abolished, and some of those slaves had to come back home. When they came back home, they couldn't speak the good English. So now, what they did was, there's no past tense, no present tense, no future tense. You just put everything together. And as she rightly says, now they say it's Creole. You know, Liberia, Sierra Leone, Cameroon, where I come from, you know, there we are. And when you start saying this, we know, yes, you belong to us. And Tavira is making us all to become one. Please keep the light burning. We are so impressed. Colleagues, have we got questions for her? I know we have. Yes, another colleague who is now specializing in the Hausa.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for introduction.
Yes.
Okay, so maybe just a short question that I believe you can... the answer for this question will be interesting for everyone. So I think in Nigerian Pidgin English proverbs we can see a lot of imagery that is more contemporary than comparing to proverbs from other languages where we have all this traditional imagery, like from the pre-industrial era and so on. And here we have more, so to speak, like recently coined proverbs and about modern stuff and so on. Could you say something about that? Is my observation right?
Yes, there is more proverbs, but those which I didn't concern are also present in Ewe, Yoruba, Hausa. So I wanted to use only those new ones, and they weren't even inspired by other languages. They were purely created only in Nigerian Pidgin English. So I think that it's really good that those newly created proverbs still reflect those traditions which are in native Nigerian languages and not only Nigerian ones. And they copy those patterns present in indigenous languages.
Thank you very much. I would like to know about the source, about your methodology. So, where are these examples from? You asked people or so on. Thank you.
Yeah. First, I've collected proverbs from BBC Pidgin English and from native speakers, which I have met during different conferences, conversations, also online. Then I consulted it with native speakers of Hausa, Yoruba, Ewe, and Wari, and then I was able to find how they sound, how they look like in the different descriptions of proverbs in Igbo, Ewe, Yoruba, Hausa, and other languages. I just compared if it's one-to-one or is it only inspired. I did it also for European languages as English and Spanish, because, for example, we have that proverb which says every day follow night, or every night follow days. And it's same like in English, so I just didn't consider it in my current research. Every pot has, every cup has its pot, which occurs in Ghana, in Nigeria, so it's like multi-West African proverb.
And if I may add here, for those of us who like reading, Chinwe Achebe, Things Fall Apart, look for that novel. You will never leave it until you complete reading that book. It tells us much about this Igbo Proverbs. And Igbo is one of the, biggest tribes in Nigeria. They are all over the world. We always say back home, when you go to a country and you don't see any Igbo-speaking person, pack your luggage and go back home. It means it's not a place to stay. Yeah, that's a saying that we've got back home. So they are all over the place, but I bet you Nigeria is a place to at least push your head into to get more wisdom and knowledge. But notwithstanding, Tavira is bringing us all together. Congratulations, Olga.
Thank you.
No more questions for her? If no questions, please, let's give her a big... Olga, you belong to us. Come back to West Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, I think this should be the last speaker that I'm going to be introducing. I've already talked to Olga. Let's now look at what another colleague of ours from Poland has got for us. Iwona Kraska. Oh, unfortunately, she didn't make it. Oh. She didn't make it. She didn't.
Okay. The problem is that we had here Ivona, but we have nothing, never. She contact us from long time. We don't know her, and really some colleagues from Poland doesn't know about her also. So we decided to advance with Olga, but now there is a small one larger break, because really we know that this Armanda is contacting us via Zoom, so we must respect the hour. Excuse me for this information, but really we have no more information about Ivona. Thank you.
So it's certificates. Yeah, unfortunately, since we couldn't get our sister, can you please come over for your diplomas? And I will be so grateful if Professor Saures will join us. He is fast making us to become a single village. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Before to go for the break, someone told me there is one small surprise. Please check around your place if you have, maybe on the table, under the table, something that belongs to the person in that area. So please check if you have something. Maybe it's better.
Sueño con volver al azul del cielo y del mar. Tantos recuerdos que forman parte del camino que hemos recorrido. Mis pasos se convierten cada vez más en un vuelo sobre el pavimento de esta tierra que es mía. Mis hombros están más ligeros, despojados de la rutina diaria. Una maravilla constante en lo que veo y reviso, que despierta mi mirada a las diferencias y contrastes. Las mañanas descubren la sonrisa que a veces oculto. Abrazamos el día y encontramos a la gente de nuestra tierra, mar adentro, llena de vida. Perdemos la memoria de las rutinas. Recorremos las calles de la mano, intercambiando miradas y sonrisas, destellos de luz y simpatía. Quiero cansarme en este verde intenso, entre la arena y el agua, con los pies en la sal de esta tierra y este mar, en la dulzura de este río. Abrigarme con un manto de cultura y tradición. Hay un lugar que nos espera, como un templo, un castillo, donde nuestros cuerpos se revitalizan. Sonidos, colores, aromas, texturas, en un mezclado de fantasía y realidad que me provoca sensaciones únicas. Cuando recuerdo las esquinas que ya hemos doblado, imagino cuánto hemos crecido y vivido. Entre las partidas y llegadas, vivimos la nostalgia del regreso. Tavira es así. Cuando elegimos ser nosotros mismos, el viaje a través del tiempo nunca se detiene. Elijo Tavira.
Sonho voltar ao azul do céu e do mar. Tantas memórias que fazem parte do caminho que percorremos. Os meus passos são cada vez mais um voo sobre a calçada desta terra que é minha. Os meus ombros estão mais leves, despidos de cotidiano. Um espanto permanente no que vejo e revejo, que desperta o meu olhar para as diferenças e os contrastes. As manhãs descobrem o sorriso que às vezes escondo. Abraçamos o dia e encontramos as gentes da nossa terra. Mar adentro, cheias de vida. Perdemos a memória das rotinas. Desbravamos as ruas de mãos dadas, a trocar olhares e sorrisos. Rasgos de luz e simpatia. pelo verde intenso, entre a areia e a água, com os pés no sal desta terra e deste mar, na doçura deste rio. Agasalhar-me num manto de cultura e tradição. Há um lugar à nossa espera, como um templo, um castelo, onde os nossos corpos se revitalizam. Sons, cores, aromas, texturas, num misto de fantasia e de realidade que me provoca sensações únicas. Quando recordo as esquinas que já dobramos, imagino o quanto crescemos e vivemos. Entre as partidas e as chegadas, vivemos a nostalgia do regresso. A vida é assim. Quando escolhemos ser nós próprios, a viagem pelo tempo nunca para. Eu escolho Tavira.
Sueño con volver al azul del cielo y del mar. Tantos recuerdos que forman parte del camino que hemos recorrido. Mis pasos se convierten cada vez más en un vuelo sobre el pavimento de esta tierra que es mía. Mis hombros están más ligeros, despojados de la rutina diaria. Una maravilla constante en lo que veo y reviso, que despierta mi mirada a las diferencias y contrastes. Las mañanas descubren la sonrisa que a veces oculto. Abrazamos el día y encontramos a la gente de nuestra tierra, mar adentro, llena de vida. Perdemos la memoria de las rutinas. Recorremos las calles de la mano, intercambiando miradas y sonrisas, destellos de luz y simpatía. Quiero cansarme en este verde intenso, entre la arena y el agua, con los pies en la sal de esta tierra y este mar, en la dulzura de este río. Abrigarme con un manto de cultura y tradición. Hay un lugar que nos espera, como un templo, un castillo, donde nuestros cuerpos se revitalizan. Sonidos, colores, aromas, texturas, en un mezclado de fantasía y realidad que me provoca sensaciones únicas. Cuando recuerdo las esquinas que ya hemos doblado, imagino cuánto hemos crecido y vivido. Entre las partidas y llegadas, vivimos la nostalgia del regreso. Tavira es así. Cuando elegimos ser nosotros mismos, el viaje a través del tiempo nunca se detiene. Elijo Tavira.
Sonho voltar ao azul do céu e do mar. Tantas memórias que fazem parte do caminho que percorremos. Os meus passos são cada vez mais um voo sobre a calçada desta terra que é minha. Os meus ombros estão mais leves, despidos de cotidiano. Um espanto permanente no que vejo e revejo, que desperta o meu olhar para as diferenças e os contrastes. As manhãs descobrem o sorriso que às vezes escondo. Abraçamos o dia e encontramos as gentes da nossa terra. Mar adentro, cheias de vida. Perdemos a memória das rotinas. Desbravamos as ruas de mãos dadas, a trocar olhares e sorrisos. Rasgos de luz e simpatia. Quero cansar-me pelo verde intenso, entre a areia e a água, com os pés no sal desta terra e deste mar, na doçura deste rio. Agasalhar-me no manto de cultura e tradição. Há um lugar à nossa espera, como um templo, um castelo, onde os nossos corpos se revitalizam. Sons, cores, aromas, texturas, num misto de fantasia e de realidade que me provoca sensações únicas. Quando recordo as esquinas que já dobramos, imagino o quanto crescemos e vivemos. Entre as partidas e as chegadas, vivemos a nostalgia do regresso. Tavira é assim. Quando escolhemos ser nós próprios, a viagem pelo tempo nunca para. Eu escolho Tavira.
Sueño con volver al azul del cielo y del mar. Tantos recuerdos que forman parte del camino que hemos recorrido. Mis pasos se convierten cada vez más en un vuelo sobre el pavimento de esta tierra que es mía. Mis hombros están más ligeros, despojados de la rutina diaria. Una maravilla constante en lo que veo y reviso, que despierta mi mirada a las diferencias y contrastes. Las mañanas descubren la sonrisa que a veces oculto. Abrazamos el día y encontramos a la gente de nuestra tierra, mar adentro, llena de vida. Perdemos la memoria de las rutinas. Recorremos las calles de la mano, intercambiando miradas y sonrisas, destellos de luz y simpatía. Quiero cansarme en este verde intenso, entre la arena y el agua, con los pies en la sal de esta tierra y este mar, en la dulzura de este río. Abrigarme con un manto de cultura y tradición. Hay un lugar que nos espera, como un templo, un castillo, donde nuestros cuerpos se revitalizan. Sonidos, colores, aromas, texturas, en un mezclado de fantasía y realidad que me provoca sensaciones únicas. Cuando recuerdo las esquinas que ya hemos doblado, imagino cuánto hemos crecido y vivido. Entre las partidas y llegadas, vivimos la nostalgia del regreso. Tavira es así. Cuando elegimos ser nosotros mismos, el viaje a través del tiempo nunca se detiene. Elijo Tavira.
Sonho voltar ao azul do céu e do mar. Tantas memórias que fazem parte do caminho que percorremos. Os meus passos são cada vez mais um voo sobre a calçada desta terra que é minha. Os meus ombros estão mais leves, despidos de cotidiano. Um espanto permanente no que vejo e revejo, que desperta o meu olhar para as diferenças e os contrastes. As manhãs descobrem o sorriso que às vezes escondo. Abraçamos o dia e encontramos as gentes da nossa terra. Mar adentro, cheias de vida. Perdemos a memória das rotinas. Desbravamos as ruas de mãos dadas, a trocar olhares e sorrisos. Rasgos de luz e simpatia. cansar-me pelo verde intenso, entre a areia e a água, com os pés no sal desta terra e deste mar, na doçura deste rio, agasalhar-me num manto de cultura e tradição. Há um lugar à nossa espera, como um templo, um castelo, onde os nossos corpos se revitalizam. Sons, cores, aromas, texturas, num misto de fantasia e de realidade que me provoca sensações únicas. Quando recordo as esquinas que já dobramos, imagino o quanto crescemos e vivemos. Entre as partidas e as chegadas, vivemos a nostalgia do regresso. Tavira é assim. Quando escolhemos ser nós próprios, a viagem pelo tempo nunca para. Eu escolho Tavira.
Sueño con volver al azul del cielo y del mar. Tantos recuerdos que forman parte del camino que hemos recorrido. Mis pasos se convierten cada vez más en un vuelo sobre el pavimento de esta tierra que es mía. Mis hombros están más ligeros, despojados de la rutina diaria. Una maravilla constante en lo que veo y reviso, que despierta mi mirada a las diferencias y contrastes. Las mañanas descubren la sonrisa que a veces oculto. Abrazamos el día y encontramos a la gente de nuestra tierra, mar adentro, llena de vida.
Senão eu posso partilhar, não é? Como faço para partilharem a mais, não é?
Perdemos la memoria de las rutinas.
Assim, não é? Pronto.
Recorremos las calles de la mano, intercambiando miradas y sonrisas,
Vídeo, não é? Se tiver o vídeo, compartilha.
destellos de luz y simpatía.
Posso tentar. Sim, sim. Sim, sim, muito bem. Então, vou compartilhando.
Quiero cansarme en este verde intenso.
Pronto, ok. Então,
Entre la arena y el agua,
eu gostava que vocês fizessem tudo.
con los pies en la sal de esta tierra y este mar,
Tem também a apresentação.
en la dulzura de este río.
Ah, pois é, sim, sim. Então faço
Abrigarme con un manto de cultura y tradición.
Está bem, está bem. Sim, sim, não, está bem.
Do tamanho que é para a filha da tendeira, que é a Glória Lambareira. Põe 1, põe 2, põe 3, põe 4,
Hay un lugar
põe
que nos
5,
espera,
põe 6, põe 7,
como un
põe
templo,
8.
un castillo, donde nuestros cuerpos se revitalizan.
Que põe ovos na ribeira, que é para a filha da tendeira, que é do Lócio Lambareira. Põe 1, põe 2, põe 3, põe 4, põe 5, põe 6, põe 7, põe 8.
Colores,
biscoitos.
aromas,
Decor
textura,
é um projeto que tem vindo a recolher manifestações do património cultural
que
e
me
material
provoca sensaciones
junto ao público
únicas.
idoso, como lenga-lengas, artes e ofícios,
Cuando
receitas
recuerdo
de
las
culinária
esquinas que ya
e
hemos
expressões
doblado,
orais, trabalhando-as
imagino
junto
hemos
das
crecido
crianças que
y
frequentam
vivido
o Centro Infantil da Santa Casa da
Entre
Misericórdia
las
de Ferreira do
partidas y
Alentejo.
llegadas, vivimos la nostalgia del regreso.
Porque trabalhamos com pessoas, porque escutamos, compreendemos e aprendemos com todos, independentemente da idade,
Tavira é
valorizamos
assim.
o outro na sua plenitude. O trabalho social, aliado à educação e à saúde, em torno da comunidade,
elegimos ser
ganha assim
nosotros mismos,
responsabilidade
el viaje a través del
acrescida
tiempo
na Santa
nunca
Casa
se
da Misericórdia de Ferreira do Alentejo. E desta forma nasce o projeto de cor, apostando
Tavira.
na salvaguarda dos saberes fazeres da comunidade na qual se insere. Avô e avó, novelo com muitas linhas, que afetuosamente enleiam e desenleiam pacientemente o novelo da vida.
Senhor João também quer provar?
Sonho voltar
Lá
ao
na
azul do
Piraguarda
céu e
chamam
do
malhada.
mar. Tantas
Isto
memórias
tem
que
tantos
fazem
nomes.
parte do caminho que
E
percorremos.
a gente diz uma vinagrada,
Os
outros
meus
dizem um
passos são
caspacho,
cada vez mais um voo
outros dizem
sobre a
uma
calçada
fotografia.
desta terra que é minha.
Cada cá chama. Não quer provarem?
Os meus ombros estão mais leves, despidos de cotidiano.
Ajuda. Sim.
Um espanto permanente no que vejo e revejo, que desperta o meu olhar para as diferenças e os contrastes. As manhãs descobrem o sorriso que às vezes escondo. Abraçamos o dia e encontramos as gentes da nossa terra. Mar adentro, cheias de vida.
Não vejo editar.
Perdemos a memória das rotinas.
Eu vejo só no vídeo.
Desbravamos as ruas de mãos dadas, a trocar olhares e sorrisos.
Eu tenho áudio, vídeo, tenho
Rasgos de luz e simpatia.
não põe lá para cima.
pelo verde intenso, entre a areia e a água, com os pés no sal desta terra e deste mar, na doçura deste rio.
Tá bem. Obrigada. Tá bem?
Agasalhar-me num manto de cultura e tradição. Há um lugar à nossa espera, como um templo, um castelo, onde os nossos corpos se revitalizam. Sons, cores, aromas, texturas, num misto de fantasia e de realidade que me provoca sensações únicas. Quando recordo as esquinas que já dobramos, imagino o quanto crescemos e vivemos. Entre as partidas e as chegadas, vivemos a nostalgia do regresso. Tavira é assim. Quando escolhemos ser nós próprios, a viagem pelo tempo nunca para. Eu escolho Tavira.
Agora não pode entrar outro sistema de comunicação.
Sueño con volver al azul del cielo y del mar. Tantos recuerdos que forman parte del camino que hemos recorrido. Mis pasos se convierten cada vez más en un vuelo sobre el pavimento de esta tierra que es mía. Mis hombros están más ligeros, despojados de la rutina diaria. Una maravilla constante en lo que veo y reviso, que despierta mi mirada a las diferencias y contrastes. Las mañanas descubren la sonrisa que a veces oculto. Abrazamos el día y encontramos a la gente de nuestra tierra, mar adentro, llena de vida. Perdemos la memoria de las rutinas. Recorremos las calles de la mano, intercambiando miradas y sonrisas, destellos de luz y simpatía. Quiero cansarme en este verde intenso, entre la arena y el agua, con los pies en la sal de esta tierra y este mar, en la dulzura de este río. Abrigarme con un manto de cultura y tradición. Hay un lugar que nos espera, como un templo, un castillo, donde nuestros cuerpos se revitalizan. Sonidos, colores, aromas, texturas, en un mezclado de fantasía y realidad que me provoca sensaciones únicas. Cuando recuerdo las esquinas que ya hemos doblado, imagino cuánto hemos crecido y vivido. Entre las partidas y llegadas, vivimos la nostalgia del regreso.
So can we begin now, after the break? There's a bell. Perfect. So I think we could begin because the first presentation is online, and maybe somebody from the from the hotel, from his room, can also follow it. So not everybody would come here. And I have the honor to present you our next speaker, Maria Armanda Salgado, who is going to talk about heritage that educates and cares, the case of the Santa Casa da Misericordia de Ferreira de Alentejo. Please, Armanda, do you hear us? Maria Armanda, do you hear us?
Yes, I hear.
Yeah, thank you. So yes, you can begin to present your
very well
paper. Thank you.
Very well. Yes, I hear. It's everything okay. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Yes, I hear. Yeah, it's good. The sound for you too. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. A special compliment to Marinela Soares e Rui Soares as founders and the organizers of the Paramyology Association and of the International Congress, which now in the 18th edition. The title of the communication is Heritage that Educates and Cares, the case of Santa Casa da Misericórdia de Ferreira do Alentejo. I will present a project in the area of intangible cultural heritage in an institution of social solidarity named Santa Casa. Basically, the main point, the main question of this communication is how can culture serve an institution with a strong focus on the area of social assistance? The project that aims to respond to this challenge, caring and educating, is called DECOR in Portuguese. As the expression itself says, going to the origin of the word is learning by heart. But learning what? For what? With whom? And how? Here we got, it's a project whose objectives are A, promote the collection of manifestations of intangible cultural heritage, PCI, knowledge and oral expressions. B, safeguard the PCE. C, contribute to the prevention of dementia in Baixo Alentejo through the creation of cognitive stimulation tools based on PCI collections. And D, encourage the preservation of memory through intergenerational exchange. And E, promote innovation in the social area. This is our logo. Therefore, learn by heart, a minimalist ball of wool with a needle, a know-how that is usually done by older people, and it's the result of love. For instance, clothes for the baby. For the implementation of this project, there was also the support of the municipal library, which essentially has its mission, as recommended in the IFLA Manifesto for UNESCO Public Libraries, latest version, revised and updated in 2022, preserve and promote access to local and indigenous data, knowledge and traditions, including oral tradition, providing an environment in which the community can take an active role in identifying materials to be collected, preserved, and shared according to their wishes. That means that we hope with this project combat social isolation, work with the community, promote access to information, and of course, save the memory. Sorry. Where are we? In Baixo Alentejo, in the south of Portugal, in Ferreira do Alentejo, a village with around 3,007 inhabitants, which is 25 kilometers from the capital, that is Beja. It's an area with low density. It's a low density territory with a very aged population. And what kind of work are libraries here carrying out to safeguard cultural heritage? Well, book loans, as we can see, reader mediation activity, and of course, oral heritage collections. And how do they do it? Well, by video calling, work that dates back to the year of the pandemic and has remained a practice, especially for elder people who have difficulty in terms of mobility, and as well through radio programs aimed at this audience. But what are these institutions? Santas Casas de Misericórdias. Santas Casas de Misericórdias are social solidarity institutions, around 388 across the country, supporting and around 165,000 people with the aim of serving the community, providing service aimed essentially at children and the elderly in the areas of health, social assistance, and education. Santa Casa de Ferreira do Alentejo has more than 500 years of history and aims to serve the community as other Santa Casas, providing service aimed essentially at children and the elderly. The strengths of this institution include the residential structure for elderly, home support service, integrated continuing care unit, kindergarten, and free time activities center.
That the colleague follows this via Zoom. So that's the reason why we always wait, but it is okay, so we can more or less read also in Portuguese than via Zoom, and these waitings are due to that technical fact.
In this image, we can see the residential structure for the elderly. There is about 80 users. We can see as well a day center and more recently the Continuity Care Unity and Children's Center that were open in total with a total support of 340 users. This project hopes to reaffirm the quality of service with a strong focus, as I said, in the areas of social assistance, health, and education through culture. So the challenge posed to this institution was exactly how can we educate and care through culture? On one hand, working in the area of mental health, of course, with the help of specialists, and on the other hand, through the promotion of oral histories, which themselves will revitalize memory.
Maria Armanda?
Sim, sim.
Por favor, desliga o Zoom, o YouTube. Desliga o YouTube, porque há um desfazamento em tempo e então temos que esperar muito. Podes continuar a falar, mas não ligues exatamente ao YouTube.
Sim. Não consigo sair de tela cheia. Peço desculpa, Rui. Não sei porquê. Sim, sim?
Podes desligar
Sim.
o YouTube?
Não consigo desligar o YouTube, estou em tela cheia, não consigo sair daqui. Peço desculpa.
Ok, então...
ajuda técnica.
Continuo a falar. Sim. Podes continuar a falar sem esperar pela imagem do YouTube, ok?
Uhum. Sim.
Continua a falar por aquilo que tens escrito e não te preocupes com a imagem que vai chegar no YouTube.
Ok, certo.
Está bem?
Muito bem. Então, vou retomar. Muito obrigada, Rui. Sim. Muito bem. How is our mental health? Sim. Muito bem. How is our mental health? Muito bem. As I could say that isn't very healthy. More and more people have problems. We lived in an area with reduced population, reduced mobility of people.
Maria Armanda.
Sim.
Tira os teus dos ouvidos exatamente o alto-falante.
Muito bem.
Tá. Tira, desliga. E agora continua a falar como normalmente.
Reduced population, reduced mobility of people, small families, and people with depression. The project is being implemented since 2021 with some pauses, unfortunately. As methodology, we have applied interview technique, our own forms, and we have disseminated the project among children. Meeting with educators, the project was presented. They worked on the speeches and memorized them, and then a video was made. As human resources involved, we had with us social cultural animation technician, technical directors, and a high-tech technician. The project stages were a lot of steps that we have done, mainly a field work. We have spoken with a lot of people. We have drawing the project, and we hope to implement different educational practice. There is the intention, for instance, of an audiobook project, and we have, of course, to promote this project, to continue to promote. I'm finished, but before finishing, I would like you to watch a video to exemplify the kind of work that is being done in this institution. So I would like to ask to the technician from IT to pass the video. Pode passar o vídeo, se faz favor, and thank you. Gostaria de perceber se o vídeo já foi passado, porque não consigo visualizar.
Bico, bico, surro, bico, quente de tamanho ao bico. Foi a velha chocalheira que põe ovos na ribeira, que é para a filha da tendeira, que é golosa e lambareira. Põe 1, põe 2, põe 3, põe 4, põe 5, põe 6, põe 7, põe 8. Recolha o seu biscoito.
Bico, bico, surro, bico, quente de tamanho de bico. Foi a velha chocalheira que põe ovos na ribeira, que é para a filha da tendeira, que é golosa e lambareira. Põe 1, põe 2, põe 3, põe 4, põe 5, põe 6, põe 7, põe 8. Ela recolhe o seu biscoito.
De cor, É um projeto que tem vindo a recolher manifestações do património cultural e material, junto do público idoso, como lenga-lengas, artes e ofícios, receitas de culinária e expressões orais, trabalhando-as junto das crianças que frequentam o Centro Infantil da Santa Casa da Misericórdia de Ferreira do Alentejo. Porque trabalhamos com pessoas, porque escutamos, compreendemos e aprendemos com todos, independentemente da idade, valorizamos o outro na sua plenitude. O trabalho social, aliado à educação e à saúde em torno da comunidade, ganha assim responsabilidade acrescida na Santa Casa da Misericórdia de Ferreira do Alentejo. E desta forma nasce o projeto DECOR, apostando na salvaguarda dos saberes fazeres da comunidade na qual se insere. Avô e avó, novelo com muitas linhas, que afetuosamente enleiam e desenleiam pacientemente o novelo da vida.
Senhor João também quer provar? É capaz. Lá na Piraguarda chamam malhada. Isto tem tantos nomes. A gente diz uma vinagrada, outros dizem um caspacho, outros dizem maçor de fria. Pois. Cada qual chama como quer. Não quer provar, hein?
Não quer não, obrigado.
Thanks. Muito obrigada. I am available if you like to know something more about this project.
So thank you very much, Maria Armanda.
You're welcome.
We had some, I can't say big problems, but it was made a little bit slower due to technical reasons. So this heritage project is very, very important, and we could see also persons that are involved in this project. Are there any questions about the project, about what the colleague was talking about?
Maria Armanda, é Rui Soares. Justamente gostaria que tu pudesses dar uma imagem do trabalho que fizemos em conjunto, quer aí com a biblioteca, quer exatamente com a Associação de Paremiologia, para poderem os nossos ouvintes cá desta banda entender um pouco mais qual foi o trabalho que foi feito.
Muito bem.
Question, if anybody wants to make. If not, I would like to thank the colleague Maria Armanda and thank you and goodbye.
Okay. Muito obrigada, Rui, pela pergunta. Tem sido um trabalho extraordinário da Biblioteca Municipal com a Associação de Paremiologia, desde logo com a inauguração da exposição, que teve lugar aqui um novo olhar sobre os provérbios, e depois todo um trabalho que foi feito com o grupo de idosos, nomeadamente em torno de jogos, até da glória, de jogos tradicionais com provérbios, e a complementar realmente parte do provérbio. Não ficou por aqui, o trabalho também continuou na rádio local. Temos um tempo de antena na Rádio Singa, na rádio local, contou com a presença dos fundadores da associação, que dinamizaram parte do programa, exatamente para deixar o bichinho, como diz o nosso amigo Rui, junto da comunidade. É um trabalho que há muito para fazer, é um caminho, foi a primeira pedra lançada aqui neste sentido em Ferreira do Alentejo, e esperamos que continue, até para já, neste momento cultural que havemos de ter no próximo sábado, também aqui em Ferreira do Alentejo, em torno do vinho e do cante, e quem sabe com provérbios também nessa área. Muito obrigada.
Muito obrigada. So goodbye, Maria Armanda. And
Goodbye.
now, if there is the technical possibility, to put to prepare the next presentation, because we are going to hear now the presentation, another presentation by the colleague Kosigan Patrice Winato. Is he here? Kosigan Patrice? Yes.
Very quickly, to translate what Maria Armanda said. I asked her just to tell something more about the work we have done jointly with the library. She is the director of the library, and we have been there just with one exhibition of Proverbs, and after we have been also speaking with children as well, these elderly people. And we continue in contact, and she said something that maybe next weekend, some of you that are traveling with us to Ferreira do Alentejo will be possible to see the continuation of our work. Thank you.
So our next speaker is Kosigan Patrice Winato, a PhD student of Alcalá University of Madrid, and he is going to talk about search for paremic correspondences of Spanish in Russian and Gbe Ewe Gen, 20 proverbs reflecting diverse worldviews. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Kosigan Patrice. I'm going to present correspondence. The title of my talk is Correspondence Search for Spanish Paremiology in Russia and B. Gengbe Mina. 20 proverbs reflecting diverse worldview. Esteemed professors and distinguished researchers, I'm sincerely grateful for the opportunity to stand before you and speak in Proverbs. I'm also truly thankful for the chance to discover the beautiful town of Tavira and enjoy its proverbial, hospitality. Thank you. Obrigado. I used to think that the proverbs are like black boxes in aviation. Proverbs can be metaphorically considered black boxes that preserve ancestral wisdom, passing it from generation to generation, thus contributing to cultural continuity. A proverb much like black boxes in aviation contains a vast wealth of accumulated knowledge and wisdom, just as black boxes record crucial data to understand what happened during a flight. Proverbs encapsulate profound and valuable insight about life, society, and human experience. This presentation aims to explore these black boxes in the context of 3 distinct linguistic communities in order to understand their deep perspectives on the world, human nature, and individual experiences. To achieve this goal, Spanish proverbs and had been analyzed and compared to their equivalent in Russia and B. Gengbe, Mina, selected for the team a thematic relevance and representation of universal aspect. Some deeply rooted beliefs in collective memory of peoples have always caught my attention since I was a philology student in USSR. This is the case of two superstitions, one from Russia and the other from Bay culture. The first one is related to salt, and the second one to Guinea pepper, an ingredient widely used in Vodou religion. These beliefs are so deeply rooted in the people's imagination that they come to be considered mystical or sacred. However, in many cases, there is a rational explanation that we cannot explore in this talk due to limited time. There is also a Spanish saying for when it rains and the sun is shining at the same time, and they used to say, cuando is a saying, Spanish saying, cuando llueve y hace sol, el diablo caza a su hija. We have it in French also. And quand Frenchmen, they say, le diable bat sa femme et marie sa fille. When it rains and the sun is shining at the same time, the devil marries his daughter and beats the wife. In a similar context, a superstition say, elangande le divi le peme, which means a very big animal is giving birth in the forest. Although the interpretation of the phenomenon differs, what stands out is the linguistic response of three cultures separated by thousands of kilometers to the same natural event. If you know of another interpretation from other cultures, I would like to hear them. Thank you in advance. So Russian people, they say, Ratsipanaya sol prinosit soru v dom, which means, okay, when, as I said, when you verse the salt on the ground and you step on it, that may generate problem in the house. Yeah. So this one, I asked ChatGPT to do something so that we could see what this party will look like. And that is what ChatGPT offers me. And the devil marrying the daughter and beating the wife. The corpus selection. The thematic criterion has guided the selection of the Spanish corpus. The source language given our goal of highlighting both identical, opposing, and unique perspectives between the linguistic communities under studied. This selection does not include weather-related proverbs or superstitions, as their use is restricted to a specific area. I want to say some few words about Bay language. Bay is translated, to voice. When we have those two meanings, voice and language. And Bay is a cluster of 5 major languages: Ewe, Fon, Aja, Gemina, Plapera, which are spoken in West Africa, Ghana, Togo, Benin, Nigeria. Bay languages were traditionally placed in Kwa branch of Niger-Congo languages, but more recently have been classified as Volta Niger language. So you can see the countries where Bay is spoken: Ghana, Togo, Benin, Nigeria. The first proverb we are going to study is this one, the Spanish one: Dios aprieta, pero no ahoga. In Russian, the Russian the correspondence is Tiem grubje skorb, tiem bliže Bog. The literal translation is: the deeper the pain, the closer God is. Mina gen dese elankemudo asikewa mau enyana tobosune, which is literally translated: God drives away the flies for the tailless animal. So the Proverbs, God the temper the wind for the shorn lamb, conveys the idea that despite facing difficulties and challenges in life, we should not lose hope. The saying suggests that God tests people, but always provides the strength and the help needed to overcome these hardships. The Russian equivalent reflects the idea that in times of sadness, suffering, or pain, people can find a connection with the divine. The Gengbe proverb is based on the metaphor of tailless animal. Here, the flies represent adversity, which God helps to resolve by driving these flies away. The next one is Lo que abunda no daña, which Russia translate, and is not a literal translation, it is the correspondence. The Russia correspondence is Kashu maslam ni sportish. You won't spoil porridge with butter. The Gemina say Elansubo Mublena Desio, which means literally no matter how much meat you add, the soup won't be ruined. The Spanish proverb, lo que abunda no daña, what is plentiful does no harm, means that a large quantity of something useful does not cause harm. The Russian equivalent expresses the same idea using the same name and prepared food, kasha, which is a type of porridge, which is not harmed by the excess of butter. The gengbe, when I say gen, is the same as if I say gengbe, because be, the suffix be means, language. The name of the language is gen. So when you add be, that means the language be. The language can, please. The language be also uses the name of prepared food, desi, soap, which is not spoiled by the large amount of meat added to it. A nadie le parecieron sus hijos feos. In Russia, I'm sorry, I didn't translate it wrong. Okay, it's Russia. Ditia hot kriva da asu materi mila, which means a child may be flaunted, but for the father and the mother, they are dear. Gengbewan ise evi munirana na evino levino ben kumem. Evi munirana levino ben kumem. Which means the child never seems ugly for the mother. Una golondrina no hace verano. Adna lastochka jesne nidielai. One sow does not make a spring. And gengbe mina ati deka muona aveo, which means with only one tree, there is no jungle. Gengbe antonym, we have an antonym in Gengbe, which says, Amedeka betaye biana, yeoyona come be tajen come, which I translate, it's enough for there to be one red head in an area for it to be nicknamed the red head neighborhood. It's an antonym to the first paremias. So we go to this one. A muertos y a caídos no hay amigos. Russian one. Umiershich y a sus vushich nieto durze, which means the dead and the absent have no friends. But Gengbe one, I think that this proverb is saying that when you are not around, you may forget about friends. But Gengbe one is cooling us down because he's telling us, Fike amemulewa yebe sele funu, which means where you are not. There where you are not, we always have our soul or our angel. Entierra a donde vinieres, haz lo que vieres. I chose, Vtulus Svaim Samavaram ni Yezdiat. You don't bring your own samovar to Tula. Tula is the place where they produce samovar. Why should you go to Tula with your samovar? But the Gengbe one is also, we have two, okay. The Gengbe one also goes that way. Le wale didwa bea for odena, which means as the drum sounds, so the dance step adjusts. This one, I think everybody knows this one. A caballo regalado no le mires el diente. Dariona Mucanyon zub nis motriat. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth. Instead of writing a V, Gengbe, I put a V. They are quite the same languages. Nuvi na meto muni zodwa meto, which is translated by he who gives you little does not cast you any curse. Más vale pájaro en mano que ciento volando. Luce sinisa vruka ciem juravel vniebie. A cold teeth in the hand is worth more than a crane in the sky. The Gengbe one say, Keoliayo blana, which is translated by until you have caught it, you won't be able to tie it. We have a synonym in Gengbe, which say, another synonym which says, vividuto mkunao. That means he who content with little does not die from it. The Spanish proverb conveys the idea that it is preferable to own something secure and tangible in the present, even if modest and limited, even if the thing is modest and limited, it's better to have it already. They're quite the same idea. El muerto al hoyo, el vivo al bollo. Russian say, Jivamu imenini, a miotvamu pomini. To the living person, a birthday celebration. To the dead one, a mass. Gengbe one say, abakeji ahosino, fanvia, ejikebenona konanu, which means in the same bed where the widow sat to mourn her husband's loss, she is now found laughing. And there is a synonym which says, ne olefan vicha okponanu, which means even while crying, we still can see, we can still see. The Spanish proverb is used to illustrate, the enjoyment attitude of pleasure-seeking in the midst of misfortune or adverse circumstances. The muerto al hoyo, the dead to the grave, seem to refer to the inevitability of death and the tragic event, while a vivo al bollo, the living to the feast, that those who can still enjoy life or some pleasure should not deprive themselves of it. The Russian paremia to the living, a birthday celebration to the dead, a memorial highlights the importance of celebrating joyful events despite the presence of death. This proverb can serve as a reminder that life and death are part of a human experience. Like Spanish saying, the Russian proverb relies on the imagery of people, of life and death, as symbol of joy and sorrow. A grandes males, grandes remedios. Na krupnie biedy rešitelnie miery. For major trouble, decisive measures. In Gengbe, mina, nuke le vevede na me aveveze me odaneli. A dish that matters is cooked in the pot of significance. Okay. A camino largo, paso corto. Tishe Yiddish, Dalche Wudish. If you go slowly, you will go farther. Kemina, Kabakaba Nunwede, Bleu-Bleu-Chan Nunwede. Going fast is as good as going slow. Poner a buen tiempo, ma la cara de la trarosu minu pri plachoi igri. To make a good face at a bad game. Minase neve ochan asokemau, which means despite the pain, have faith and give your heart to God. So I'll pass very quickly as the time is quite over. A cada pajarillo su nidillo, which express that we like our place. Siakaya ptitsa svayog gniezdo lubit. Cada pájaro ama su nido. The gemina is koklo. Ho mu wana unpene koklo. A hen is not ashamed of the hen house. Okay, you have this. Lo mismo da atrás que a la espalda. Sio ravno, sto vlob, sto polbu. Sio jedina. It makes no difference whether it is the forehead or the face. It's all the same. The Gengbemina say, Soka idokbo, sokbo so idoka. Enu de kai bring the rope to put it around the sheep's neck, or take the sheep and put the rope around its neck. It's all the same. Okay, I'm going to the conclusion. Okay, in this study, we have selected and analyzed 20, general Spanish proverbs along with the equivalent in Russia and Gengbe, aiming to foster understanding between different cultures, 2 Indo-European and 1 African. From the proverb analyzed, we found out that nearly all the Russian and Gengbe units are conceptual counterparts to Spanish one. We have also documented some cases of literal correspondences. In the term of metric structure, Gengbe proverbs are generally longer and contain more lexical elements. Spanish and Russian proverbs harmoniously incorporate a mnemonic element like rhythm, assonant, and consonant, and are notable for the two-part structure. In conclusion, Proverbs hold a wealth of wisdom, and studying these black boxes helps to preserve this valuable human heritage. We believe that contrastive, comparative paremiological research will increasingly focus on non-European languages in the future, as paremiologist Wolfgang Mieder said and suggested, okay, why much is known about common European proverbs. It's high time to assemble comprehensive and comparative African as well as Near and the Far East proverb collections. Such compendia will eventually enable, paremiographer to isolate fundamental proverbs and types that connect people through common wisdom all over the world. Thank you. I think that that is being already done. Thank you a lot. Obrigado. Sorry.
Thank you very much for this very, very interesting presentation of correspondences between among so many different languages that are far away one from the other. For example, Spanish is already quite far away from Russian, but then other languages that you use in your proverb really open our perspectives, and I think really these black boxes of wisdom, the proverbs show us our experiences, how they are formulated in Proverbs. And for example, for me it was very interesting to see and to hear that what we feel as mothers, that the own child really is the most beautiful for his own mother, always, in all cultures, it seems to be. Yeah. It also other, but this one coincides completely. So are there any questions? Although there could be so many questions, please.
May I ask you, thank you for this presentation. I am native Russian speaker, so it was especially very interesting for me. I just wanted to ask you, which resource of Russian proverbs you used? Did you search it on internet, or did you use some special dictionary of proverbs, of Russian proverbs?
Okay. Anyway, I tried to, find some looking in literature. First we have that one, the Refranero Multilingüe del Instituto Cervantes. Okay, there you have some Russian proverbs translated with the correspondences. Okay, a part of that. Okay, some proverbs are not there, so you have to look for them. And the work of looking and seeking, correspondences is looking, trying to understand, to relate, is not evident. And so I used to think that to do that work, you have to be, I don't know, you have something like a paремio sensibility. And when you see the proverb, you remember that exists in another language. And you put it down, and you continue looking for others. Yeah.
Some more questions? Of course, everybody can discuss with Kosigan, Patrice, also later.
Thank you. As we discussed before together, I can help you with this Matti Kuusi database because it is really possible to find more if you want.
Okay, thank you.
About those.
Okay.
Some more suggestions? Or? If not, I would thank once more the colleague Kosiga and Patrice. Patrice, if you wait here, you should get your diploma, because Armanda isn't here, but you are here.
Please, now we invite all of you to the bar because you know that 11 is just the day of San Martin. But because this year is out of